All right, happy Tuesday, Nashville. This is our second meeting for January 2021. On this day, January 22nd at 5 o'clock p.m. I'm Christian Buggs, chair of our board. Dr. Severe, would you mind establishing a quorum by a roll call vote?
Dr. Gentry? Ms. Elrod?
Present.
Ms. Elrod is present. Ms. Masters?
Present.
Ms. Masters is present. Mr. Little?
Present.
Present. Ms. Bush? Ms. Player Peters?
Present.
Ms. Player Peters is present. Ms. Pooper Walker?
Present.
Ms. Pooper Walker is present. Ms. Tyler?
Present.
Ms. Tyler's present. Dr. Gentry, did you join? And Ms. Buggs?
Present.
Ms. Buggs, you have 7 present.
All right, thank you, Dr. Severe. If you wouldn't mind watching the chat to let us know when our 2 colleagues have joined. But with that, we've established a quorum. We will move on to our consent.
Partner, I apologize.
No worries.
Go ahead.
Did you have something else? You okay? All
I
right.
thought Dr. Gentry had joined, but I was mistaken.
Okay, thank you. We've established a quorum. We will move on to our consent agenda. Do I have an amendment to the consent agenda as listed? And if not, do I have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. I do know someone requested an amendment. Would you mind stating that on the floor?
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to pull item B13 from the consent agenda for further discussion, please.
All right, thank you so much. And for the viewing public, the consent agenda lists any contract that's over a certain amount of money. So Mrs. Masters has pulled 13 Orion Building Corporation 2 contracts. So we will review the consent agenda as it's listed or as it's been amended and then discuss number 13. All right, do I have a motion to approve this consent agenda as amended?
Sharon Gentry, I move approval as amended.
And Dr. Gentry enters the chat. Do I have a second?
Abigail Tyler, I'll second.
All right, any discussion? Dr. Severe, will you go through a roll call vote?
Dr. Gentry?
Aye.
Dr. Gentry votes aye. Ms. Elrod?
Aye.
Ms. Elrod votes aye. Ms. Masters?
Aye.
Ms. Masters votes aye. Mr. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Little votes aye. Ms. Bush is not,
Aye.
Bush? Ms. Bush
Aye.
votes aye. Ms. Player Peters?
Aye.
Ms. Player Peters votes aye. Ms. Pooper Walker?
Aye.
Ms. Pooper Walker votes aye. Ms. Tyler?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler votes aye. Ms. Buggs?
Aye.
Ms. Buggs votes aye. Madam Chair, you have 9 ayes.
All right, thank you. So we will move on to number 13, Orion Building Corporation. Mrs. Masters, since you pulled it, would you mind making a request of the staff or the board?
Sure. I wanted to take this opportunity to.
Actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Masters, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry. When we pull something from consent, we begin with a motion, and then we'll move on to the discussion. I'm sorry about that. Do you have a motion to make for this?
And this is Melissa Roberge. I apologize, Ms. Masters. Chairwoman Buggs, can you make a statement about this meeting being held virtually?
I sure can, yes. Thank you for the reminder. The Metro Nashville Public Schools Board of Education meets virtually in support of Governor Lee's mandate that we meet, that elected officials meet virtually. All right, I assume that was correct. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Masters.
So I'm sorry. I would like to. I don't need to make a motion just to have discussion. The motion needs to be on the floor in order for us to move forward with discussion. Is that correct?
Yes. So we have to have a motion, and we can always amend the motion, but we have to have a motion to guide the discussion. That's my understanding of Robert's rules.
Okay. In that case, I move that we not approve this contract as listed.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
May I ask who that was that seconded?
Abigail Tyler, second. I did the
All right.
second.
Thank you. Now we will open up for discussion. Colleagues, if you want to ask a question, make a statement, please just turn on your video. If I don't see you or I haven't acknowledged you, please text me or just alert me in the chat. Go ahead, Ms. Masters. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to take this opportunity to point out that we have gone through lengthy work with our legal department to ensure that all building contracts moving forward are not going to present the sort of issues that we saw our last time around contracting with Orion and experiencing alleged wage theft through one of their subcontractors. But even having said that, and even with this contract having been amended, I'd want to acknowledge that I was not a part of the board that voted to approve these contracts with Orion, and I still have misgivings about contracting with an organization who has not yet stepped forward to ensure that that case of wage theft has been resolved.
All right, thank you, Ms. Masters. I see Mrs. Tyler. Go ahead, Ms. Tyler.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to follow up and kind of expand a little bit on what Ms. Masters was saying. Our legal department has really gone above and beyond to plug all the holes that allowed Orion to kind of play that shell game of responsibility of who had to pay who. And it really needs to be made clear that moving forward, we have gone from a 7-page contract to a 30-page contract, and it covers all of those holes. And I think that is a very valuable piece that we need to celebrate. Also, I want to make sure that people understood that based on the consent agenda we just did, several of the contracts there have been amended to include this new, stronger language. Again, I think this kind of comes down to more of a kind of a moral decision for this particular one, depending on how people feel. But the contract itself is strong, and I'm very thankful to our legal team for putting in the work to make sure that that's going to be okay and that we're not going to have this problem again in the future.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Tyler. Do I have other statements, questions, thoughts from the board? All right, it doesn't look like we have any other statements. I will just say that I still sort of struggle with what our next step would be. Like, how would we as a board move forward? If, what is it, if Orion sues us, then that takes more funding from our students, but then what do we do next? And that's just where I struggle here. I hate that Armando has not been paid, but I have to admit, the idea that Orion was willing to cut a second check that didn't come from taxpayers to try to make amends is the one thing keeping me, I guess, wanting to engage in conversation with them and wanting to better understand what we can do to support Armando, because we don't have the money to pay him. I struggle with this. Go ahead, Ms. Tyler.
I just wanted to address that because I've heard that bandied around quite a bit, and I just want to make sure that people understand they had offered him a check, but they'd also asked him to sign a non-disclosure, and that non-disclosure stated that he was getting legal counsel from Workers Dignity, who did not provide him legal counsel. And if he had signed that, it would have given the Orion Corporation the ability to then go after Workers Dignity in the future, saying that you were providing legal counsel, and that is, I guess I should say allegedly. And but to me, it felt less like they were actually looking out for Armando's best interest and more looking out for the ability to go after a group that has tried to hold them accountable. And that is a personal thought. That is the way I viewed it.
And I'll be honest, I hadn't seen that. I hadn't heard that. I didn't know that was the case, that they were going after Workers Dignity or how they even got involved in that NDA. And so I think then my question is, well, first we need to make sure that, okay, we need to make sure that that was the case, that was what happened. But then once we determine that was what happened, then what? What are we asking of our staff? What are we asking of, I guess, of Orion? What is this? And go ahead, Ms. Roberge.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, it's Melissa. I wanted to remind the board that the issue with RSA Concrete is separate from the approval of this contract. I know that there is a desire to meld them together, but they are separate and distinct. MNPS has not done and should not do extensive fact-finding into what happened. Each side has a story, and the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And so I would again encourage this board to vote on this contract based on the RFP process, which took into account best value on the front end, and then to take into account the strengthened contracts that we have put together, and not to focus on the prior issues with RSA Concrete.
Okay, do I have any other thoughts or questions?
And I know that you've said in the past that because there has been no official legal ramifications that this would not affect their fair value score. However, I must stake a public personal claim that I believe that any sort of incident involving wage theft should definitely negatively affect a company's fair value score.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Tyler. Do I have any other statements, thoughts, or questions before we do the roll call vote? All right, Dr. Sevier, would you please facilitate a roll call vote?
Can you please restate the motion, please?
Sure, Mrs. Masters.
My motion is that we vote to not approve these contracts.
And it was properly seconded. All right. Go ahead, Dr. Sevier.
Dr. Gentry?
No.
Dr. Gentry votes no. Ms. Elrod?
No.
Dr. Gentry Ms. Elrod votes no. Ms. Masters?
Yes.
Ms. Masters votes aye. Mr. Little?
I'm abstaining.
Mr. Little passes. Ms. Buggs?
No.
Ms. Buggs votes no. Ms. Bush?
Abstaining.
Ms. Bush passes. Ms. Player Peters?
No.
Ms. Player Peters votes no. Ms. Pooper Walker?
No.
Ms. Pooper Walker votes no. Ms. Tyler?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler votes aye. And Ms. Buggs, I apologize. I took you out of order. Madam Chair, you have 2 ayes, 2 passes, and 5 noes. Motion
Okay,
fails.
thank you. So that motion fails. So now we have to have a second motion to move forward.
Madam
Do I
Chair.
have a second motion?
Gentry,
Go ahead, Dr. Gentry.
I move approval of 2 Orion contracts.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second by Mrs. Pooper Walker. Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to make a statement.
All right, go ahead, Mrs. Player Peters.
I know this is a difficult situation all over. I know I committed to us looking at the process of how we do contracting as a board, as an institution. I think this is the first step, kind of echoing what Ms. Tyler said about, and I know this is going to sound contradictory, but echoing what she said, we made improvements to the process and we have many other contracts to do it. And I think that's a very key thing that we were looking at, that how we change the work of subcontractors and the work, how they engage with each other, and the gauge of, and as we as a board contract out work to vendors. And so this is the first step, and it's something I want to commit, that we improve the process, that what has happened in the past does not happen again. It does not solve all of the issues of the past, but we have moved on as improving our processes and our systems to reflect kind of the moral values that that we hope to improve on, that was not clearly stated, that need to be improved on from our past practices. So I want to state that for the record, you know, given my history, that my value that all work has dignity, all work has respect, that we are moving forward into improving the way contracting work is done with metro schools. And I just want to thank the legal department for doing that, for making stronger, putting teeth into it, giving a clear pathway of responsibility and how work needs to be done and be transparent. And I think this contract really improves on that. And I'm glad that we were able to uplift this and make improvement like we committed to with the old board. We committed to improving. I know it's a commitment I made with the prior board makeup that we were continuing to make into the process. So I understand what my other colleagues are saying and how they voted. And I am glad they're uplifting that moral voice. And I think that's a collective feeling I have, but we do have a legal obligation as a board. And I think it's important that we fulfill that and we improved our practices to reflect that.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Player Peters. Do I have any other statements, questions? Go ahead, Mrs. Cooper Walker.
I just want to echo Ms. Player Peters. This has been a really difficult situation, but I do really thank Ms. Tyler and the legal team for improving our processes and our contracts. A vote, in my mind, although it won't be seen that way, to approve these contracts is not a vote to support the behavior of wage theft and of what has happened to Armando and his team. But I do feel that we're in a situation where this contract and this contractor went through the process. And to deny the contract is to open ourselves up to litigation, potentially. And in the end does not get Armando his money. And so, anyway, it's a difficult situation. I think every board member can agree that this has been painful and we would love to see resolution on all sides. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper Walker. Any other thoughts, questions, or statements? Then I will just say that we want Armando and his team to get paid, and I would love to have just that conversation on the side, but I just don't see a path forward. You know, if we continue to not approve contracts, that still doesn't make Armando and his team whole. So I just think that that is a separate conversation. And for that reason, I'll be voting for the contracts, but that does not equate to agreeing that he shouldn't be paid. I just don't know what pot of money, where else we could get him paid. So with that, if there are no other thoughts, Dr. Severe, would you facilitate a roll call vote? Dr. Gentry, would you restate your motion?
I move approval of the Orion contracts.
And it's been properly seconded. Go ahead, Dr. Severe.
Dr. Gentry?
Aye.
Dr. Gentry votes aye. Ms. Elrod?
Aye.
Ms. Elrod votes aye. Ms. Masters?
Abstain.
Ms. Masters passes. Mr. Little?
Abstain.
Mr. Little passes. Ms. Bush?
Abstain.
Ms. Bush passes. Ms. Player Peters?
Aye.
Ms. Player Peters votes aye. Ms. Cooper Walker?
Aye.
Ms. Cooper Walker votes aye. Ms. Tyler?
Abstain.
Ms. Tyler passes. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Madam Chair, you have 5 ayes and 4 passes.
All right, the motion passes. With that, we will move on to the resolution regarding teacher evaluations for the 2020-2021 academic year. Dr. Battle, I'll kick it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe Ms. Tyler will be leading us through the resolution.
Okay. Mrs. Tyler.
Yes, sorry. In all of the excitement, I didn't have it pulled up. I apologize.
No worries.
I'm grabbing it up right now.
Ms. Tyler, we can scroll down to it.
Oh, that'd be great.
Ms. Tyler, you act like you've been in meetings since 2:30 or something.
I know, right? What's that? Not like my brain's on overdrive.
Dr. Severe, if you know exactly what page.
It's at the tail end of those contracts, so if you just keep rolling past
I think it's
that.
actually after the capital needs stuff.
I think you're correct. Thank you. Thank you, Jamal.
There we go. Okay. All right. Well, I will read it out loud. I'm glad that we're able to have it up on the thing because our visual learners might need to see it. So this is a resolution regarding state required teacher evaluations. So whereas the Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools Board of Education is elected by the people of Davidson County to govern the Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools, and the Tennessee Code annotated 49-203 authorizes local boards of education to govern their respective districts. And whereas the Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools Board of Education acknowledges that in the 2020-2021 school year, teachers face unprecedented challenges in their professional duties due to COVID-19. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has altered every aspect of teaching, requiring each educator to deal with unique situations and experiences in the performance of their duty, from virtual to in-person instruction, address the academic and emotional needs of students, and cope with health concerns caused by the pandemic. And whereas such variances of instruction and professional conditions makes it impossible to implement consistent and equitable evaluation of teachers in the 2020-2021 school year. And whereas given on April 2nd, 2020, Governor Bill Lee signed Public Chapter 652, which suspends aspects of teacher evaluation and allowed the State Board of Education to promulgate the necessary rules to address issues created by COVID-19 in the 2019-2020 school year. In doing so, the state established a precedent for suspending teacher evaluations as the pandemic situation warrants. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Metropolitan Nashville Board of Education, hereby urge the state of Tennessee to suspend all state-required teacher evaluations for the school year 2020-2021 as an important step in the fair treatment of educators, allowing them to focus instead on student safety, health protocols, remediation, and recouping lost instruction time from the prior school year. Be it further resolved that approval of this resolution in no way diminishes the importance of the board's vision, goals, or objectives related to the performance and professionalism of the educators of Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools, nor does it diminish the board's expectation for high academic standards, accountability measures, or student assessments to inform effective instruction. Do I need to make a motion to approve this resolution?
I guess I could give you some guidance there, Mrs. Tyler. Yes, so make a motion to approve, then it'll be seconded, and then we'll have any discussion around it. And then we'll ask Dr. Severe for the roll call.
Wonderful. Well, I make a motion to approve this resolution.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, that was Mrs. Player Peters. Any discussion? I'll just ask Mrs. Tyler, just give us a little background about this. Where did this come from? What are you thinking about it? Anything that might help the community understand?
Yes. So our teachers have had to do so many things over the last school year. They've had to completely reconfigure the way that they teach. The way that our principals have had to come in and do their observations of the teachers has had to be completely different. There's not the normalcy of we know what works in a class the same way there is when we know what works in a classroom. Our understanding of how to teach virtually is constantly evolving, and we really don't have an effective measure to say, is this working or not, in a way that can be measured based on the assessments that we have right now. So I just think that we need to give our teachers a little bit of grace and give them the ability to not worry about being further punitively damaged because of the situation that they have been thrust into, as opposed to given the grace and the ability to do their job to the best of their ability. And again, I want to make sure that everybody reads that further resolved at the end. I'm not asking to diminish the importance of what we expect from our teachers. I'm not trying to get our teachers off the hook and expect less from them. I still have high expectations for my children's teachers and for all of the teachers in our district. This just takes a little bit of that pressure that has been pushing them down all year long. Just takes a little bit of that pressure off.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, so we've had a motion, we've had a second. Would you just restate the motion, Mrs. Tyler, and then we'll go through a roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, was there any other discussion? All right, then yes, Dr. Seville will do a roll call vote. Go ahead, Mrs. Tyler.
A motion to approve the resolution.
All right, Dr. Severe.
Dr. Gentry?
Aye.
Dr. Gentry votes aye. Ms. Elrod?
Aye.
Ms. Elrod votes aye. Ms. Masters?
Aye.
Ms. Masters votes aye. Mr. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Little votes aye. Ms. Bush? Ms. Bush?
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Ms. Bush votes aye. Ms. Player Peters?
Aye.
Ms. Player Peters votes aye. Ms. Pooper Walker?
Aye.
Ms. Pooper Walker votes aye. Ms. Tyler?
Aye.
Ms. Tyler votes aye. Chair Buggs?
Aye.
Chair Buggs votes aye. Madam Chair, you have 9 ayes.
All right, so the resolution has passed. We will now move on to charter school renewals. Cameron College Prep, East End Prep, STEM Prep, Nashville Collegiate Prep, Liberty Collegiate and Republic High School. Dr. Battle, I'll kick it over to you and your staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will kick it over to Dr. Griffin, our Chief of Innovation, and her team to walk us through the charter school renewal process. Dr. Griffin.
Thank you, Dr. Battle. Jamal, can you pull up the PowerPoint? Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Battle, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the renewal applications submitted to the Office of Charter Schools. Next slide. Just as a review of the Office of Charter Schools, we currently work with 27 schools within MNPS to ensure all contractual obligations are met through the School Performance Framework, the SPF, in academics, operations, and finance. It is a primary responsibility of this office to lead the authorization process by sharing evidence and findings that are outlined by the Tennessee Department of Ed, I'll call it TDOE from this point on, with our new applications, our amendments to existing applications, and like tonight, renewal applications. During these processes, we work with internal and external experts to review each application and present those findings from the TDOE outline criteria to the MNPS Board of Education. According to TCA 49-13121, the governing body of a public charter school seeking renewal shall submit a renewal application to the local Board of Education. So, the objective for tonight is for the MNPS Board of Education to discuss and determine if the 5 charter school renewal applications submitted to our office should be approved or denied. Each charter application must be considered and voted on separately. At this time, I'd like to have the Director of the Office of Charter Schools, Dr. John Thomas, to present the findings for the renewal applications. Dr. Thomas?
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. Next, okay. Tonight, we will be presenting the 5 renewal applications for Cameron College Prep, East End Prep, STEM Prep, Nashville Collegiate Prep, and Liberty Collegiate and Republic High School. Next slide, please. The review team used the rubric that was provided by the Tennessee Department of Education to score each renewal application. They had to determine if it meets standards, partially meets standards, or does not meet standards. According to the guidelines from the Tennessee Department of Education, in order for a school to meet standard, the applicant must generally demonstrate success in meeting and upholding the chartering agreement. An applicant will receive a partially meet standard if they meet standards in some areas but lack sufficient details in others. If an applicant receives a does not meet standard, the charter school has committed a violation or failed to maintain general fiscal standards. Next slide, please. We will first present Cameron College Prep. Next slide. The information on the academic section for the presentation is a snippet of the school's performance framework that was included in your packet. In reviewing the 2013 to 2019 performance framework, Cameron College Prep met standards around the comparative performance and the overall academic performance framework. They received a TVOS composite of 5 each year. They were identified as a reward school in 2014, 17, and 18. Next slide, please. Cameron College Prep reported an emphasis on social emotional development and restorative practices and chronic absenteeism. They contributed this focus to the decrease in the following, as far as the attrition rate from 40% to 16%, chronic absenteeism dropped from 21% to 18.5%, the suspension rate dropped from 17.6 to 8.8. Cameron College Prep student attendance rate stayed between 94 to 95% each year, and the teacher attendance rate was around 98%. Cameron College Prep reported no major fiscal challenges over the charter term and developed a budgeting process where LEAD Network worked with the individual schools to create an individual school budget. Cameron College Prep's budget is based on the, reported that their budget was based on the anticipated enrollment each year. Next slide. Cameron College Prep reported a plan for expanding EL programming by adding 3 teachers per grade level to provide language-specific support. This would expand the EL and exceptional education support by hiring additional coaches and introducing a new math curriculum. After an extensive review of all the information, the review team found that Cameron College Prep meets standards in the areas of academic, operational stability, financial health, and future planning. Next slide, please. The next school that we'll present will be East End Prep. The information on the academic section for the presentation is a snippet of the school performance framework that was included in your packet. Review of the performance framework finds East End Prep exceeded standards around the comparative standards and met standards regarding overall academic performance. East End Prep was identified as a reward school in 2017. Next slide, please. East End Prep reported attendance rate between 94 to 96% over the course of the chartering agreement. They also reported an attrition rate between 7 to 5%.
Excuse me, Mr. Thomas. I do apologize for interrupting you. Madam Chair, is it possible for us to close the loop on one school before going on to the information about the next? It's just a lot of data associated with each.
No, I understand. Dr. Severe, I'm not sure if there's anything you need to do, or maybe Mr. Thomas, could we pause at with each charter school renewal and vote for each one, or at least have discussion around each one?
Dr. Battle or Dr. Griffin?
All right, so we were looking at the Cameron Charter School renewal. I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah.
And then we'll move to discussion.
I have a motion from John Little. I think that's a good idea.
All right, go ahead. What is your motion, Mr. Little?
Is the motion to look at each school individually before we go to the next school?
No, I'm sorry. Let me be more specific. I will entertain a motion around Cameron's charter school renewal.
Oh, okay.
This is Frida Player Peters. I make a motion to approve Cameron Middle School charter renewal.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a first by Mrs. Player Peters and a second by Mr. Little. Any discussion?
I have a question, actually.
Sure, Mrs. Masters.
Is that all right? So I'm just wondering, when we are looking at these different benchmarks and metrics, where are we getting this data from? Is this from TN Ready scores, or just wondering what metrics exactly we're using there?
When we're looking at the academic part, yes, we are getting it from the scores from 10 Ready.
Great. Did we complete TN Ready for all 3 of the years being looked at in these reports?
What we had been given was for 13-14 all the way through to 18-19. We do know that there's a couple years that due to some of the testing irregularities, not just at Cameron but statewide, that there was a couple years that were not included.
So what are we using to determine that that level of academic achievement when for the years where we weren't able to record TN Ready scores?
We looked at the part of the 10 Ready across the years that we did have, and this was based on the rubric that was provided for from the Tennessee Department of Education in 2018. There was an update, so that's where the performance framework came from.
Yeah, and Board Member Masters, we provided a document with the school performance framework that you all got on last Thursday. And John, you can also go back to the academic slide and it'll show the actual data. Jamal.
And this is not all of the data. This was just a snippet of the last 3 years. The other year, starting with 2013-14, was on the performance framework that was in your packet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have other questions or thoughts before moving forward with the motion?
I'm sorry, I have another question.
Go ahead.
So what happens to these schools if we don't renew their charters? I mean, I know they don't go away, but could you just kind of explain that?
They have the opportunity to appeal to it's the now chartering authority through the state. And then they would hear the appeal and determine whether or not to overturn the board's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Chairwoman Buggs?
Go right ahead, Ms. Walker.
So I just want to say a couple of words about Cameron. So I worked as a family engagement specialist at Glencliff High School when the transition was made from Cameron Middle to the current, to run by Lead Academy. And they were incredible. They were basically taking over one of our lowest performing schools, and grade by grade. And it was a difficult process for the community. It was one of the, if not the earliest, sort of transitions for charter schools. They were extremely thoughtful. They had pushback from alumni who they eventually won over. They have had tremendous results. They have served their English learner population well. They have been really just an important partner, I think, for the district and for that cluster. And I feel like what they've done is a real service to the students in that community. And so I'll be voting to approve. I'm grateful for the leadership that they've shown. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker. Other thoughts and questions?
I have a question. I know I've had a question asked. Like, we are just approving the existing charter. Are the charters being expanded for this one, but also for the others? If you can speak to that, Dr. Griffin, so people can understand what we are approving.
What we're doing right now is all of these schools have submitted applications for renewal, which means that their 10-year original contract that was approved by MNPS, it is now coming to an end. And what the schools have decided is that they want to continue to contract with Metro Nashville Public Schools. And so we are presenting the findings of the data around academics, operations, and finance for the last 10 years.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Rachel Lamb. May I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. I didn't know if you could see my head pop up. All right, so I have a series of questions. My first question is, if I may ask so to Dr. Battle and her team, is what cluster is Cameron College Prep in?
It is in the Glencliff cluster.
Okay. So how is the Glencliff cluster being worked on within, I know it's not within our current plan for Reimagined or Reimagined Ed, depending on who you speak to, but where are they in that process of consolidating and closing schools to maximize our resources?
Ms. Elrod, this is Dr. Battle. I'll speak to that specific question. As you know, we have started the first phase of the Reimagine work in the northwest quadrant. We will likely be moving into, according to our timeline, into the northeast quadrant, which means that the Glencliff cluster will likely be not next year, but the following year of our Reimagine work.
Okay, so in that work, because that's coming up and we're talking about a potential 10 more years, is there currently capacity in this district for these students?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Elrod. Mr. Latimer, if you're on the call, do you mind coming on and speaking specifically to the capacity in the Glencliff cluster?
Hi, Ms. Elrod. Both the middle schools are relatively full in this cluster, both Cameron and Wright Middle School. Cameron does have around 100 out-of-zone students, and Wright a little bit less than that. And in order to kind of do the K-5, this is one of the trickier areas where we will need to look at some realignment of the school zone boundaries or something towards that effect to go the K-5, 6, 8.
Okay, so the Reimagined work, even though we're not already working on that, that's not in the first phase, if you will, it's the second phase. We are already considering the Cameron College Prep attendance and capacity within that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I will state that I think that all of our charter schools should still be accountable to closing and consolidation, just like our traditional public schools, as we continue to do that Reimagined work. So I want to make sure that we discuss what clusters each of these schools are in, and not just now, but going forward, and how they fit within that work, and what's the implications for capacity in those areas and long-term standings. My other concerns are the, let me look through my notes, I'm so sorry. As you'll know, I take a lot of them. So my next concern is within the, which is not shown here because I know there's a lot of additional information the way it was organized, but it's within the executive summary, and I'm sorry there's not page numbers on here. It states that the school has worked to improve their mobility rate from 40% to 28%. I would like to say that that's a concern to me because of that enrollment process and them needing to be there for 10 years, and there's a need for it. So I don't know why they would have so much mobility within that district and that cluster. And then lastly, which you'll hear me say for all of these schools, I know that we state that we need to have and meets expectations for the 4 main clusters that we talk about: academics and financial and operational. My concern, of course, with financial is that we do not have actual audits on any of these schools. I know that we say that we have audits. I still stand on that we do not have actual audits, and that we have audit sheets, or that we have basic basic one-pagers. I know they're more than one-pagers, but we have basic overviews of audits. And those audits are allowed to be provided by individual charter schools. And I don't think that's good enough oversight. And I don't think it's wise of us to be making decisions where, I mean, Cambridge College Prep with an enrollment of 647 students is about $7 million a year. I don't think it's wise for us to continue to agree to spend $7 million a year for 10 years if we don't understand all of their auditing. And I think it's just bad oversight for us on the board. And I would like it to be something that we consider to look into, particularly as we get to these larger renewals that are going to continue not just this year, but throughout the next several years as we have, you know, the calendar coming up. And then my last question is, they have inside their academic information a comment about EL and EE students. Looking at their demographics, which is the same for everybody, there's some acronyms that I'm not familiar with. The ED student and SWD in the demographics, what's the difference between those two kinds of students? I guess, what are those students, if you can clarify that as well?
So the SWD is students with a disability.
Right, okay.
And ED is economically disadvantaged.
Ah, okay. I had that down as an EE student, so that is helpful. Next time in the future, may we have a key?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Students with disabilities, are those just students with IEPs?
Students with a disability usually have, yes, they have an IEP or a 504.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I will let someone else take a turn while I'm going through my notes then, sorry.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Elrod. Do I have any other questions or thoughts?
Chairwoman Buggs, I had a question.
All right, Mrs. Tyler.
Yes, so I'm looking at their scores for their school performance summary from 2014 to 19, and it's very concerning to me that it says on the generic overview that they meet standards, but if you go and you look at their actual scores, the ELA scores in 2017 and 18 falls far below standards, and in 2018-19 also falls far below standards. Their math scores in 2017-18 does not meet standards, and in 2018-19 does not meet standards. In fact, looking at the academic section, the science is the only one that has been coded as meeting their standards. And I think if we are looking at our ELA, our literacy, and our math scores, I would expect to see larger gains. It's especially concerning to me to see their ELA scores actually went down. It says 16.70%, and then 2018-19 it went down to 14.3. So I am wondering if somebody could explain to me how they are coded as meets standards for academics when both ELA and math have shown that they are below standards, does not meet, or far below.
When we looked at the rubric, again, that was provided by the Department of the TDOE in regards to the school performance framework, we not only looked at the overall achievement, but we also had to look at the comparative performance as well as the school culture to develop the overall of the academic performance framework. And when you take all three of those sections into account, then they did meet standards in that section. And the other piece is that,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to mention that they did receive a growth score of 5, and then also that also in part of those years, 17 and 18, they were considered a reward school. That was designated by the TDOE.
Okay, and I hear that. I just looking at these scores for somebody whose whole premise is that they are swooping in to help our neediest people, then they're not. It doesn't seem like they're meeting those standards if their ELA scores are going down and they're still not meeting them in math. You would think with the autonomy that our charter schools have that they would be able to have better outcomes. And so that's very concerning to me.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Tyler. Do we have other questions or thoughts around Cameron College Prep and the motion that's on the floor?
I just want to make a comment about mobility rate. I don't know if Mr. Latimer can speak to that, but reducing mobility rate is a big deal, especially in a community like this. But it's still a huge challenge in most of our schools where you have families that move around because of lack of affordable housing. And so it's not unique to this school. I just want to put that out there. And I do feel like this school has done a lot of work. I mean, they're at capacity. They're on a wait list. They are meeting the needs of the community. I feel like they're really an important sort of member of the community.
And thank you, Chairwoman Buggs. This is Melissa, just very briefly. The meets expectations, partially meets expectations, and does not meet expectations is based on rubric. So it's not an area where MNPS necessarily, or the charter school office, has the discretion to impose its own standards. Those are standards set forth by the state. To the extent that's helpful to your discussion, I wanted you all to have that information.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Roberge. Any other questions or thoughts?
Woman Buggs, and this will be probably for Melissa as well. And this goes back to the question around, I think that Miss, I don't know who had it, I think it was Miss Elrod, around the audit. So is the way that audit is carried out, the information that we're looking for, is that something that MNPS can sort of be more specific about or expand or change its guidelines on, or is the way we determine financial viability also defined by the state?
Dr. Gentry, I believe that is also defined by the state. Our contractual contracts set out our oversight obligations as well as the state law.
All right, thank you, Ms. Roberge. Other questions or thoughts? All right, I will say that Cameron is in my district. It kind of closes the loop on the southern portion of the district that I have, that's encompassed in District 5. And I don't think it's any secret that I actually ran for the school board because my school, Neely's Bend, was taken over by the state, and Lee became the charter operator. So I think some might have assumed that I had ill feelings towards them. But Cameron has been, Cameron and Lee have been good partners with the district. And I just, more than anything, don't believe in taking something from students and families. That's what I felt was happening with the state takeover at Neely's Bend years ago, is that the option that parents were choosing, or the option that parents had, was kind of being taken away from them. And I just wouldn't want to do that to Cameron. They've been good partners. They support the neighborhood. They support the area. And for that reason, I'll be voting for it. Again, it's in my district, so I know I have a lot of engagement with them, but they get a thumbs up from me. So with that said, if we don't have any other thoughts or questions, we have a motion on the floor. Would you mind restating it, Mr. Little?
Actually, I believe it was Ms. Player Peters.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry, Mrs. Player Peters.
I made the motion. I make the motion to approve Cameron Prep. Let me rephrase that. I make the motion to renew Cameron Prep charter.
All right. Dr. Severe, would you mind facilitating a roll call vote?
Dr. Gentry?
Aye.
Dr. Gentry votes aye. Ms. Elrod? Ms. Elrod? Ms. Elrod, I believe you're on mute. We'll come back to Ms. Elrod. Ms. Masters?
No.
Ms. Masters votes no. Mr. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Little votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Ms. Player Peters?
Aye.
Ms. Player Peters votes aye. Ms. Pooper Walker?
Aye.
Ms. Pooper Walker votes aye. Ms. Tyler?
No.
Tyler votes no. Ms. Elrod?
So sorry, no.
Ms. Elrod votes no. Ms. Buggs?
Aye.
Ms. Buggs votes aye. Madam Chair, you have 6 ayes.
All right, thank you. So that completes the motion on the renewal of Cameron College Prep. Now we will move on to East End Prep.
Thank you. The next school we will present will be East End Prep. Next slide. The information on the academic section of the presentation is a snippet of the school performance framework that was included in your packet. Review of the performance framework finds that East End Prep exceeded standards around the comparative standard and met standards regarding the overall academic performance. East End Prep was identified as a reward school in 2017. Next slide. East End Prep has East End Prep has maintained an attrition or attendance rate between 94 to 96% over the course of the chartering agreement. They reported an attrition rate between 7 to 5%. The suspension rate has been, they reported a suspension rate between 8.2% to 13.4%. East End Prep reported that they have maintained a parent satisfaction score of 97% over the last 6 years. They also reported that they have maintained a teacher retention rate of 80% over the term of 80% or higher over the course of the chartering term. East End Prep also reported a budgeting and fiscal management process that includes the development of budget each year and monitored monthly. They also reported no major findings on the financial report each year. Next slide, please. East End Prep reported a 5-year and annual goal using academic data from the 18-19 school year. They also reported a plan to address chronic absenteeism, which they began starting to execute in 18-19. After a thorough review from the review team, they found that the school met standards in academic, operation stability, financial health, and future planning sections.
All right, so with that, East End Prep, do I have a motion? Well, East End Prep is in my district, so I move that we accept the charter renewal. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Ms. Poopa Walker. Any discussion? All right, it doesn't seem.
I have a question. This is Ms. Tyler.
All right, Mrs. Tyler.
Thank you. I'm looking on the East End Prep school performance summary, and I noticed that in their growth, they get a 1, falls far below standards. Can somebody from the Office of Innovation explain how you can get and I know we kind of went over this last time when I was talking about it for Cameron, but I'm just really confused as to how these scores are weighed or weighted amongst one another to be able to receive a 1 and fall far below your standards and still hit that meet expectation or meet standards. Can somebody go into a little bit more depth about that, please?
Again, one of the things that we do use is the guidance from the TDOE, which provides what each section, it breaks it down to give the percentage of, at this percentage you would receive a exceeds meets expectation and does not meet. And so we used that metrics or that rubric to complete this. And one of the things that we have to do, or according to that rubric and that guideline, is for us to look at the overall academic achievement and then the comparative performance between the school and the district, and then also the school culture. And so we have to combine all of that into one.
Okay, and are those weighted differently, each of those sections?
Yeah, so we have, that the overall is 50%, and then when we look at the comparative, 30, and then the school culture, 20.
Okay.
But not necessarily like when you're looking at the growth is not weighted more or less than the ELA academic portion, if that makes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. That just brings me some concern. I have a couple other questions, but I need to think about how I'm going to phrase them. So it looks like somebody else has their camera on. I'll let somebody else go and come back to it.
All right. I see Mrs. Elrod. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Buggs. All right. So looking at the academics for East End Prep, it is stated that they, meet standards, and we have in the executive summary some bullets of how so. And one of the bullets states that they are closing the achievement gap, and the example that they provide is that 53% of their ELs are at or above grade level. And so I am concerned, I guess, a lot like Ms. Tyler, of how we weight that, because 53% of their English language learners, because there's only 2% of their demographics are English language learners. So 2% of 854 is only 17 students. And then 53% that are at or above grade level is only 9 students. So it reads that we are saying that they're closing the achievement gap with this example of English language learners at or above a grade level based upon only 9 of 854 students, which is concerning. So do we consider that type of granular data when we're looking at this? By the way, I appreciate receiving that data. I know that's not something that we have commonly received, those demographics. That's why I didn't know the acronyms. But do we get that granular and, in essence, check those claims?
What we looked at with this is we looked at the academic, the overall achievement, and on the school performance framework, looking at the 10 ready scores. And I'm not for sure if that answered.
So when we state that they meet academic standards, it is only based on those scores. There's not consideration on these other things like the achievement gap.
Not on the academic performance framework, no. And this is following the Tennessee Department of Education guidelines.
Okay, so their guidelines is that that's the only thing that's allowable for their rubric, in essence.
Correct.
Okay, so this information is provided to us as additional context?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I do think I appreciate that being provided, and I do think it's important context. To review back on, of course, like I said before, about the audits, I understand that the state manages, to the conversation we just had, about how these review processes work and what is allowable or not allowable, and that they don't require us to do an audit of these charter schools, and not just these charter schools, but all charter schools. But I think it's important to clarify, so I guess Ms. Roberge's question is for you, if it's allowable. All charter schools, just like the rest of MNPS, are subject to audit oversight by the Metro Department of Audit, correct?
I'll need to look into that. The Metro Department of Audit covers metro departments, but I do not believe that that would extend to charter schools. They are separate legal entities from the metropolitan government.
Because they're, okay, because we fund them underneath our requirements of having to fall underneath them, my feeling is still that we should have that ability to do that audit and just frankly have better oversight on it. I historically am fiscally conservative, and so it just again makes me deeply uncomfortable to vote for anything that cost, this would be $9.9 million a year for 10 years without being completely thorough with the information that's provided to us. And I understand again that the state limits us in this information that they have to provide. My hope is that we try to have more information provided to us. I do not think it is good oversight for us as a board to not have full knowledge or view into that kind of fiscal capacity and what's going on, frankly. Outside of that, just like this 9-student situation, I appreciate the additional information. And my last question is what cluster are they in? Is this the Stratford cluster?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so I guess my follow-up is, Dr. Battle, where's the Stratford cluster within our phasing? Of Reimagined Ed or Reimagined?
I'll just jump in there, Ms. Elrod. We envision the Stratford cluster going in 2022 to the K5, 6-8 scenario.
Okay. Okay. And when we are considering the Stratford cluster, just like any other cluster, are we considering consolidations of schools or closing of schools? Oh, sorry, Mr. Lattimore, you're muted. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought I got that. At this point, we are not, but we will certainly look at that as we go through it deeper through the planning process.
Okay.
Presently, the schools in that cluster have capacity for additional students.
So those schools have the capacity for students?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I also am uncomfortable with us closing our traditional public schools if we have the capacity available to us, and that capacity is not just now, but it's also, we do a lot, as Mr. Lattimore knows, and of course can speak to more eloquently, projections for what that enrollment and what that student population is going to be within our clusters. And so if we are going to be looking at this cluster in potentially a year to 2 years, and potentially be closing other schools, it does not make sense to close, to have this school not be considered under the same requirements. That feels unfair. Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Elrod, can I follow up on your audited question from before? I think that there are 2 ways to conceptualize the board's role with regards to charter schools, or a couple different ways. 3 ways. The first is as an initial approver, and this statute sets forth what the board considers in that role. The second role is as an overseer. And so what financial information or other academic information that we would require there. And then in our role, which you all are performing tonight, as determining if an agreement should be approved. And each of those have different statutory limitations. So in the space that the board is in today, the rubric is the holy grail, for better or worse, and that is not a rubric that MNPS designed. It's from the state and tells us what information to consider. And so even if there was all of this additional information, we would still be bound by what the state puts forth that we have to consider. Does that make sense? So I think your financial audit question, sort of digging deeper in, probably comes in our oversight role first, and then depending on how that oversight goes or proceeds and what is found, the board would have different options from there, plans of support, revocation, etc. But tonight it's about whether or not these charters should be renewed based on the criteria set forth in state law and by the state board.
I understand that. I know. Don't feel like the information is, I don't think the information provides us a clear enough view into the agreement that we get into, and that we are not as fully aware of what we are agreeing to as we should be.
I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Elrod. Do I have other questions, thoughts, or concerns?
Chairwoman Buggs, I have a couple.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Tyler.
Thank you. So I know that the scores have been set, the kind of rubric has been set by the state. So I want to know, have we ever run our traditional schools through that same rubric? And if so, if we have been able to do that, how do we look comparatively, especially when we're looking at schools in the same zones?
I will say for the back in the day, up until I guess Dr. Joseph came, we had an academic performance framework that every single school, including charter schools, followed, and it had multiple measures on it, and it had, green, yellow, red, blue, I think, on it, and it was a apples to apples comparison. I would assume, and it used to be that these presentations would include contextual data. How does this school perform relative to neighborhood schools? If I missed that, somebody let me know on this presentation. But typically, the schools that we're talking about today outperform their neighborhood schools. So,
and one thing I want to share, and John, feel free to jump in, is I do want to call our attention that this pulls back to 2018, 2019 data. So we've not had consistent data up until this point to do some of those comparisons. But John, feel free to chime in. And Paul, if there's anything you want to add with regards to that data collection or assessment analysis, please feel free to chime in. But I think it's important to note that we were talking about 2016, 17, 17, 18, and 18, 19 data in this conversation. John.
And I was just going to add, Dr. Battle, that the only thing that we have with a comparative performance is the performance to the district. We don't have, I did not have the data on how they were doing against schools in their cluster.
Paul, is there anything else you want to add to this conversation, given the challenges we've had with state assessments over the last several years?
Well, I think you've summed it up, that we've had changing metrics and over the years changing standards, but Ms. Pupo-Walker referenced the academic performance framework. The state has been developing over recent years its own approach to that, which looked at multiple measures and would assign scores to schools and unfortunately eventually letter grades. But that work has been delayed because of the interruptions that occurred. We did not try to develop our own scale based on the fact that the state was doing its own. That being said, I know that if we can as a district look at comparable schools in terms of 10 ready scores, in terms of MAP scores or other measures. Now, charter schools are not going to have the same district assessment, so we're probably going to have to rely on our state assessment data for that purpose.
All right, thank you for that, Dr. Changus. Other questions or thoughts? And thank you all for this discussion so far.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Little, are you chiming in? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say with East End Prep, I visited school. I grew up in the Stratford cluster, so a lot of my friends who went to Stratford with me have kids there. And I think I agree, Ms. Elrod and Ms. Poo-Poo Walker, of looking at how does that school compare to the other schools in that community. But just from what I've seen over the years since they've been there, I actually went to East End Prep when it was Dalewood Elementary. I went kindergarten, and then I went 3rd through 6th grade. And I would just say, I think if any one of us would ever visit that school and talk to the parents, I visited Mount Carmel about 2 weeks ago, and there were 2 East End parents, and they just came up to me and wanted to really talk about how they love the school, how they love the engagement. And so I like that we're talking about the academics. That's why I want to see the comparable. But I think we also need to put color into it and humanize how that school is doing. So this is a good conversation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Little. Any other thoughts or questions for staff? All right, well, I'll say, again, East End Prep is in my district, and I believe we have a good working relationship with them. I have no qualms or questions about the work that they do and the work that they're trying to do. So we've already made a motion to renew East End Prep's contract. Yes?
I'm sorry, Chair Bugs. I just want to go back to, I can't remember who brought it up. Crap. All right, I'm going to go back on mute right now. Go ahead, keep going.
Are you sure?
Yeah, my question isn't really application specific, and I'm just struggling on how to word it. But so just go ahead. I'm going to think through.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on the floor to accept the renewal of East End Prep, and it was seconded. Dr. Sevier, while we wait on Dr. Gentry, can you come on to prepare for a roll call vote? Dr. Gentry, have you been able to flesh out?
No, we can keep going.
Okay. Dr. Sevier, would you facilitate the roll call vote?
Dr. Gentry?
Aye.
Dr. Gentry votes aye. Ms. Elrod?
No.
Ms. Elrod votes no. Ms. Masters?
No.
Ms. Masters votes no. Mr. Little?
Yes.
Mr. Little votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Ms. Player-Peters?
Aye.
Ms. Player-Peters votes aye. Ms. Poopa Walker?
Aye.
Ms. Poopa Walker votes aye. Ms. Tyler?
No.
Ms. Tyler votes no. Chair Bugs?
Aye.
Chair Bugs votes aye. Madam Chair, you have 6 ayes.
All right, thank you. So that completes the renewal of the East End Prep charter renewal. We'll move on to STEM Prep and its application to renew.
The information on the academic section for the presentation is a snippet of the school performance framework that was included in your packet. Review of the school performance framework finds that in 2017-18 and 18-19, STEM Prep exceeded standards in comparative performance and met standards in the overall achievement. STEM was named a reward school in 2013 and 2014 and received a TVOS composite score of 5 each year. Next slide, please. STEM Prep attendance rate has been around 98% each year. They reported their attrition rate between 3 to 10%. STEM Prep's chronic absenteeism rate has been between 2.8 and 3.1 each year. STEM reported a teacher retention rate of 80% each year. STEM also reported the reliance on public funds when developing their school budget. STEM Prep reported no major findings on the financial report. Next slide, please. STEM Prep identified 2 priorities for improvement. instructional coaching system and structure for EL practices among humanities and STEM content, coaches and deans, and accelerating growth among duly certified students, EL students, and students with disability. After a thorough review, the review team found that STEM prep met standards in the sections of academic, operation, stability, financial health, and future planning.
We'll turn it back over to you, Chair Bug.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion around the renewal of the STEM Prep Charter renewal. The renewal of STEM Prep Charter.
I move that we renew the charter for STEM Prep.
All right, do I have a second? This is also in my district, so I will second the motion. Now I will entertain discussion. Do I have any questions, thoughts, or concerns?
I'd like to make a few remarks.
Go right ahead.
This is another school that was formed when I was working at Glencliff that was in its DNA designed to serve English learners and the immigrant community, and also to serve as a partner to the district as a place to share best practice, to share ideas. And for 10 years, they've outperformed the district and the state, regardless of the number of ELs they have. And they've also had a level 5 every single year. And so it's admirable work that they're doing. It's community changing, generation changing work that they're doing. And I'm tremendously grateful to their team for all that they've done and all the work that they've done to really lead the way on English language instruction. So thanks.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Pupo Walker. Any other questions or thoughts around STEM Prep?
Chair.
Yes. Dr. Gentry, go ahead.
Thank you, and I apologize for the hiccup on the last time. So I just want to, again, just a bigger question. So I hear a lot of inquiries and around the data that we're being presented. I wonder, so this goes back, and I'm using the audit just as an example because this is what we've been talking about. So someone made a statement that about when do we get evaluations or updates on these schools' performance between like renewals or requests to expand or add more seats? So can we be more regularly updated on their performance outside of the context of a charter renewal? Because then I think, based on Melissa's comment, it opens us up for the ability to get more information that even though contractually or due to state law, we can't evaluate a renewal based on that, but we can understand year over year performance based on whatever data the board believes is relevant in informing that decision. The next thing I would like to see, and it would have been great to be a part of this presentation, is sort of the impact of the non-renewal, right? So if we don't renew these applications, we've got hundreds of students that need a seat within the district. There's no other option. We've got to find a seat for them. So I think an additional piece of information would be to hear what's the impact to the district from a capacity perspective if that renewal doesn't happen. And then the legal ramifications, right? So what's the next step? We know they can go to the state, but they'll go to the state. There's a 99.9% chance that the state will approve them, even if we deny them. And then what does that look like in the district? Do things just go back to the charter is renewed and it's back to business as usual? So just understanding, I think it would be helpful, and maybe not tonight, definitely not tonight, but Ms. Buggs, at some future retreat or some committee meeting to get a bigger, broad, an end-to-end understanding of what the process is what rubrics are used to evaluate them for application and renewal versus the rubrics that we would look at to understand year-over-year performance. Because I just think that right now we're just out of context with a lot of the information that's here.
Okay, so at our next retreat, because this has been put off for 2 retreats now to have that conversation with the charter office to get a deeper understanding. We keep adding more things to the retreat, so let me think through when we can quickly get through this, because it does need to happen sooner than later. But let's talk through when we can, fit it in. But thanks for elevating that. All right, other questions, thoughts, or concerns?
Chair Buggs, it's Rachel Ann.
All right, go ahead, Mrs. Elrod.
Thank you. So to Dr. Gentry's point, I would like for us to include our reimagined work within these executive summaries. That's why I keep asking about it. If that's going to be our district plan of how we reimagine our school system and the schools within it, again, I don't think that charter schools should be a separate entity that is considered within that work and within that space. And absolutely, to Dr. Gentry's point, if we were to not agree to continue these schools, we need to be aware of what's that outcome for families, and is there capacity or is there not capacity? And so since I have been continuing to ask, I would like to know about the reimagined work for that district, just so we can continue that process. So can we talk about the cluster and the reimagined work in the STEM prep area?
Ms. Elrod, I'll pop on first, and then Ryan can come in and talk about capacity. Similar to Cameron, the school is in the Glencliff cluster, which means that they are in Southeast, which would likely be in phase 3 of this work. So currently we're in the midst of phase 1. Next year we'll kick off phase 2 with phase 3 to follow in the 22-23 school year. Ryan, would you like to come on and speak to the capacity, please?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Battle. So to just look at these both separately, since one's a middle school and one's a high school, and first let me just say that the Glencliff cluster as a whole sits at about 83% capacity, 83%. STEM Prep Academy pulls most of their students from Wright, Cameron College Prep Zone, and John F. Kennedy, all schools that are at or close to capacity in the high 80s. And STEM Prep High School pulls most of their students from Glencliff, which has a capacity, Antioch, which is fairly full, and Cane Ridge.
Okay.
And it's important to note that the renewal is just for the middle school.
All right, thank you. I'm so sorry, Chair Buggs. I wanted to make sure I had the information Mr. Latimer just provided me correctly when I was writing my notes furiously. So they pull from JFK, Wright, and Cameron, which we have already discussed are, for the most part, at capacity.
That is correct. There's a few more schools just trying to hit the top ones.
Okay. Okay. All right. I mean, obviously looking through the information for STEM Prep, I appreciate that inside the executive summary for STEM Prep, there was actually information about their wait list, and not just information about their enrollment, but their ongoing plans for enrollment. So I appreciate that information being included in here. And I also, of course, I'm going to continue to say that my decisions are based, as we all historically know, on fiscal impact a lot of times, and the impact that it would have to our schools in whole. So again, I am uncomfortable with it being, $5.5 million annually, and we have limited insight into it. And so I would like for us to continue to look into that. And Melissa, that'll be a conversation we have for future conversations. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Elrod. Any other questions or thoughts around STEM Prep's charter renewal? All right, again, this is the school in my district. They've been good partners. They haven't looked to expand. They just want to continue to do the good work of our district. And I meant to mention earlier, I remember a couple of years ago, one of our charter schools was up for renewal and their scores were not quite where they should have been or where we thought they should have been. Their financial portfolio was not quite where we thought it should have been. And still, some of my colleagues who were traditionally anti-charter voted for this school because they said, you know, we have a great leader. They're working with the community. And then the next year, they were reward schools. And that really stuck with me, that this was a school that I voted against. I voted against their charter renewal, but they continue to work with us. They turn, you know, schools around for students, and I want to continue to give that opportunity to good partners and to our students and families who are choosing some of these schools. So with that in mind, I'll restate my motion to accept the charter renewal of STEM Prep. Dr. Sevier, would you mind facilitating a roll call vote?
Dr. Gentry?
Aye.
Dr. Gentry votes aye. Ms. Elrod? Ms. Elrod? Come back. Ms. Masters?
No.
Ms. Masters votes so. Mr. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Little votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Ms. Player Peters?
Aye.
Ms. Player Peters votes aye. Ms. Pooper Walker?
Aye.
Pooper Walker votes aye. Ms. Tyler?
No.
Ms. Tyler votes no. Ms. Elrod?
I'm so sorry, my computer keeps freezing. It's a no.
Ms. Elrod votes no. And Chair Bugs?
Aye.
Chair Bugs votes aye. Madam Chair, you have 6 ayes.
All right, thank you. That completes the motion for STEM Prep. Now we'll move on to the renewal of the charter for Nashville Prep Academy.
Thank you, Chair Bugs. Next slide, please. The information on the academic section for each presentation, or for this presentation, is a snippet of the school performance framework that was included in your packet. In reviewing the performance framework, we find that Nashville Prep met standards around comparative performance in 17-18 and 18-19 and received a TVOS score of 5. Nashville Prep was identified as a reward school in 2013 and 2014. Next slide, please. Nashville Prep's attendance rate has been between 93 to 96% over the chartering term. Nashville Prep reported their attrition rate has decreased from 16% to 9%. And the chronic absenteeism has been around 18.1 to 14.4%. Nashville Prep reported that they have met or exceeded their set financial goals, as well as they've reported no major finding on the financial reports each year. Next slide, please. Nashville Prep identified 3 academic achievement goals. The first one was achieve a growth score that is above average in no fewer than 6 out of the 10 years, and achieve no lower than an average growth score in any year. The second one is in at least 6 out of the 10 years, Nashville Prep will achieve proficiency rates that are at least 5 percentage points higher than comparison schools. And the third one, Nashville Prep will make progress over the renewal term toward a long-term goal of 75% proficient. After a thorough review, the review team found that Nashville Prep met standards in the sections of academic, operational stability, financial health, and future planning.
Chair Bugs?
Chair Bugs, I'm sorry.
No, that was my fault. I was just still reading through some of these. So with this information around Nashville Prep, do I have a motion? And thank you for that, Mr. Thomas and Dr. Griffin. I don't have a motion for Nashville Prep. All right, I move that we accept the renewal application. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second.
All right, that was Mrs. Player Peters. Do we have discussion?
Chairwoman Buggs, I have just something to note.
Sure, go right ahead.
looking at this, one of the core tenets of looking towards an equity-minded school system includes making sure that our suspension rate is not disproportionate and that it's not too high, but that we're looking at more restorative type practices. And I was very concerned to see the suspension rate jump as high as it has and I'm sorry, I'm trying to look. If you could scroll back to the one that has the suspension rate on it. There we go. Yes. So over 10 years, it's doubled. And that is very concerning to me, especially knowing the population of students that they serve. I'm very concerned with the schools that use these no excuses type of discipline and behavior management. I think it tends to do a lot of harm to our students. I think there's a lot of studies out there that have proven that. And I'm just extremely concerned to see such a large jump from 15% suspension rate to 31.9%. To me, that's a really red flag that the culture of the school might be not what I would hope a school would have in Metro.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Tyler. Do we have other questions or thoughts around Nashville Prep? All right, seeing no further discussion, Dr. Sevier, would you facilitate the roll call vote?
Dr. Gentry?
Aye.
Dr. Gentry votes aye. Ms. Elrod?
No.
Ms. Elrod votes no. Ms. Masters?
No.
Ms. Masters votes no. Mr. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Little votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Ms. Player-Peters?
Aye.
Ms. Player-Peters votes aye. Ms. Pupa-Walker?
Aye.
Ms. Pupa-Walker votes aye. Ms. Tyler?
No.
Ms. Tyler votes no. Chair Buggs?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Madam Chair, you have 6 ayes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sevier. All right, lastly, on our charter renewal applications.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So I have a question because I keep hearing these numbers on these sort of these charts that says 16% to 9%, but the dark blue header says from 2011 to 2021. So does the first number represent 2011 and the last number 2021, or is that the range that the school has experienced in that 10-year period?
That's the range that the school has experienced in that 10-year period.
That doesn't necessarily mean that their current suspension rate is 31.9, but at some point in the 10-year period, it may have been 31.9.
Yes, it was 31.9. In the 2018-2019, but do want to say that the school went through a leadership change due to the disparity of the or due to other things, but they did lower it to 13.9 the next year.
Okay, right. So I'm just, again, I think we're not doing a really good job of contextualizing this information.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas and Dr. Gentry. So now we'll move on to the renewal of the Liberty Collegiate / Republic High School charter application. Though this is a middle and high school, they are on the same application. All right, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Bug. If you can go back one slide, please. In 2014, Republic Network requested an amendment to the chartering agreement with both Liberty Collegiate and Nashville Prep. The request was for Nashville Prep's grade span to change from a 512 to a 5.8. And the request was also for the 912 seats at Nashville Prep was to be transferred to the chartering agreement for Liberty Collegiate, which was at that time also a 512. The amendment request was approved. Even though they are two different schools with two different numbers, They are still on the same chartering agreement. And so we were looking at them together. There'll be some things that we looked at separately, but everything is determined together. Next slide, please. The information on the academic section for the presentation is a snippet of the school performance framework that was included in your packet. We will first look at Liberty Collegiate's academic performance. Review of the performance framework finds that in 2017-18 and 18-19, Liberty Collegiate met standards in overall academic achievement and comparative performance. They received a TVOS composite score of 5 overall. They were also identified as a reward school in 2013, 14, 15, and 19. Next slide, please. Review of the school performance framework finds that Republic High School did not meet overall achievement standard in 17-18 and fell far below standard in 18-19. It met standards around the comparative performance in 17-18, but did meet standards in 18-19. Republic High School received a gross score of 1 in both 17-18 and 18-19. Republic was identified as an additional target support and improvement, or an ATSI school, in 18-19 and subsequently in 19-20 for the two subgroups of students with disability and English language. It is also important to note that Republic High School is currently on probation due to their ATSI status. In 2019, Republic High School average score on the ACT was a 20.9. Next slide, please. Liberty Collegiate average attendance is 95.4, and Republic High School's average attendance was 92.6. Liberty Collegiate's chronic absenteeism rate did increase from 9.3 in 17-18 to 16.2 in 18-19, and Republic High School's increased from 2.9 to 31.3 in those same years. Both Liberty Collegiate and Republic High School reported that they host parent involvement council meetings to promote communication between family and school leadership. Liberty Collegiate and Republic High School have received clean financial reports, or reported that they have, with no material findings. They reported an established process to create and approve the budget for each school. Both schools have not experienced, they reported that they have not experienced financial challenges over the chartering agreement term. Next slide, please. Liberty set a long-term goal of 75% proficient in each academic area, and Republic High School set a long-term goal that 80% of the scholars with a score of 21 and higher on the ACT. Since both schools are on the same contract, they were rated together in the 4 sections. They received a partially meet standards in academic and future planning, and does not meet standard in operations and financial. Chair Buggs.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. All right, so on the topic of Liberty Collegiate and Republic High School's charter renewal, do I have a motion?
This is John. I say a motion to approve Republic and Liberty for their 10-year renewal.
All right, we can hear you better now.
Okay.
All right, so that was a motion to approve by Mr. Little. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second by Mrs. Player Peters. Do I have any discussion, questions, or thoughts around Liberty Collegiate and Republic High School?
I'd like to say a couple things about these schools, if that's all right.
Sure, go right ahead, Ms. Masters.
So this one's been really tough for me. Liberty Collegiate is in my district, District 3, and the leadership, they do have new leadership there, fairly new leadership, and they've been really communicative. And I will say that I think the standard that we follow in in ranking these schools it's not necessarily the things that I'm interested in learning about the schools. What I'm interested in is teacher retention rate, whether or not they are planning to try to expand and add more seats, and what sort of hub of innovation they are serving as, because I think that's sort of the initial thought behind charter schools, is that they can be hubs of innovation where all schools can learn from their practices. And then what are they doing to be a positive part of the greater community? And so I will admit I have been very drawn in and taken in by the fact that Liberty Collegiate has a very admirable computer science program that they share for free with all of Metro schools, and that they also have an after-school program and summer camp program that is open to all MNPS students. And so I think in a perfect world where traditional schools and charter schools are engaging together and being a part of a larger system, working well together, that's the sort of innovation that we would see and the sort of sharing we would see. And so with the different charter schools that I spoke with as we were leading up to the votes this evening, those were the questions that I was asking them. It was very much about, where do you fit in with the MNPS system, and what are you doing to be a part of the greater community? Having said that, I wish we were voting separately on Liberty Collegiate and Republic High, because I feel like the concerns around some of the other areas with Republic around things like suspension rate run a bit deeper for me. So just felt like I should put my 2 cents worth in, because I have spent a lot of time with the leadership of these schools trying to learn about them, and because Liberty is in my district. So just throwing that out for all of you to consider as you consider your votes.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Tyler. I'm sorry, Mrs. Masters. Do I have another question or comments, concerns for around Liberty Collegiate and Republic High School? All right, Dr. Sevier, will you facilitate the roll call vote?
Dr. Gentry?
Aye.
Dr. Gentry votes aye. Ms. Elrod?
No.
Ms. Elrod votes no. Ms. Masters? Ms. Masters?
I'm trying to decide. Can you come back to me?
It's the discretion of the chair.
Sure, that's fine. Go right ahead, Dr. Sevier.
Mr. Little?
Aye.
Mr. Little votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Ms. Player-Peters?
Aye.
Player-Peters votes aye. Ms. Pooper-Walker?
Aye.
Ms. Pooper-Walker votes aye. Ms. Tyler?
No.
Ms. Tyler votes no. Ms. Masters?
No.
Ms. Masters votes no. Chair Buggs?
Aye.
Chair Buggs votes aye. Madam Chair, you have 6 ayes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sevier. That closes out the portion of our agenda under our consent. Following consent. Point 3, the charter school renewals for Cameron College Prep, East End Prep, STEM Prep, Nashville Collegiate Prep, and Liberty Collegiate / Republic High School. We will now move on to report and discussion items. Thank you to the Charter Office, Dr. Griffin, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Brown. Thank you for facilitating the conversation and for pulling all this information together. Moving on to Director's Report, underneath the heading of Our Students, Dr. Battle.
All right, I think I'm on now. All right, good evening, board members. Before we share details about our other signature initiatives, I wanted to put a spotlight on Better Together, which is the joint venture we announced last year with Nashville State Community College, whose president, Dr. Jackson, will be joining us virtually tonight to help me share this initiative with you. Tennessee Achieves and SCORE are also partners with us in this work. Next slide, please. We announced the creation of Better Together about 2 weeks before the pandemic hit last winter. So we kept our focus and shifted our plans throughout 2020. But a lot of work had already gone into it, and we kept at it over the past year, despite all the other challenges we faced. In fact, we have met just about every single week to keep the momentum going in this space. Next slide, please. The goal of Better Together is to create more and better college and career pathways for our graduates who attend Nashville State more than any other college. And this isn't just to make MNPS look better or to give Nashville State more students. We want to give our graduates more opportunities to fill jobs in the Nashville economy and excel at those jobs. When it works, it's a win-win-win for MNPS, for Nashville State, and for the city. So what does Better Together look like? We are offering more dual enrollment opportunities for our high school students to get college credit. We're providing more summer learning, tutoring, and mentoring opportunities. And we're sharing data across both of our institutions so that we can better serve our students by using information about their journeys to and through Nashville State to guide us in providing timely support and interventions. Next slide, please. Better Together as a signature initiative is directly linked with our focused outcomes, specifically the transition to post-secondary education. This matters for all students, not just those who matriculate to NSCC. It's reflected in our focused outcomes. It's a measure of our success, increasing our college going and college completion rates. And we're working together to create an insulated path to and through college. Next slide. Better Together has something for all students as we work to make sure every student is prepared for post-secondary education. But as you can see from this graphic, we partner to offer more intensive supports based on students' post-secondary goals and paths, such as individualized communication, last dollar scholarship eligibility, academic and career mentors, and much more. These supports are designed to make sure students get to and through college with the support they need. The most important aspect of this work is that we are not leaving a student's path to chance. We have partnered to build intentional programs and supports to build an insulated pathway, again, to increase college going and college completion. Now, I am pleased to turn it over to my friend and colleague, Dr. Jackson, the president of Nashville State Community College, to talk a bit more about this innovative joint venture between our institutions. Dr. Jackson, I'll kick it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Battle. Good evening, Chairman Bug, board members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk about Better Together. It is truly a unique and innovative partnership that I believe is going to significantly increase the number of MNPS students who get to and through post-secondary education and onto great careers. What I discovered when I first arrived in June of 2018 was a Nashville State that relied on students being quote unquote college ready to successfully complete. We are now in the midst of a transformation to a student-ready college, one that is built for the students we serve and has supports in place to create individual success plans. We are creating a welcome center, which is a one-stop shop for students coming to Nashville State to simplify navigation. We have a success center to provide supports to students once they start to keep them on path. And we have added or partnered for resources to address food insecurity, mental health, childcare, and other non-academic needs that are very real barriers for our students. But the work cannot just begin once they come to Nashville State. It must start earlier. That is why Better Together is so critical. Dr. Battle and I both believe that some students simply need a longer runway before they can fly. And I know that many students in MNPS and at Nashville State have the aptitude, but have not had the opportunity to build the skills and the confidence they need to succeed. Better Together will use data to inform strategies and supports to provide the right resources at the right time. Please change the slide. We can already see from our early results that working together works. The Summer Bright Path Tutoring worked with MNPS students who plan to attend Nashville State. Through Tennessee Achieves funding, many of the students completed Nashville State's Success course over the summer. They earned college credit. They improved their transition to Nashville State. And importantly, they gained the confidence that they needed to know they could succeed in college. Summer is so important and critical. This fall, we expanded not only dual enrollment courses throughout MNPS, but we also ran a pilot to lower the GPA requirements for dual enrollment to 2.8. This increased access to earning college credit for 100 students who otherwise would not have been able to participate. I also want to mention Nashville Grad, which is an adaptation of the nationally recognized CUNY ASAP program. It is city and private funder supported and unique to Nashville State. The majority of students in grad are from MNPS. It provides resources beyond tuition and fees, and equally important, assigns MNPS students a Nashville State Success Coach, which is critical for students in the first year. I want to be very clear that this partnership is not just about getting more students from MNPS to Nashville State. My commitment is to work with MNPS to make sure students are college and career ready, that they access post-secondary education, and are completing successfully. You know, we talk all the time about numbers, but we always need to remind ourselves this is about students, real people, and real lives. With Better Together, we are strategically focused on not just increasing college completion, but closing equity gaps. I strongly believe education remains that strong ladder to economic and social mobility. We cannot afford to leave any one community or any one group of people behind. For Nashville to continue to thrive, we must grow our own, and that starts with MNPS. And I truly believe that MNPS and Nashville State can make a significant difference because we are better together. Dr. Battle?
Myself. Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson. I greatly appreciate you being here and being a great partner with this work with Better Together. MNPS and Nashville State truly have a better partnership. We're truly better together, and we look forward to continuing this work and strengthening it year after year to help our students get the best outcomes for college and careers. So, you've heard what we've done so far with Better Together, and there's a lot more to come. We'll be bringing some of our best MNPS teachers together with Nashville State professors to create a shared model for teaching and learning and continue to expand our dual enrollment and dual credit opportunities. We're pushing for policy changes at the state level, like lowering the required GPA for dual enrollment grants to 2.8, so more students can get that financial boost they need to help them achieve post-secondary success. We'll have several new offerings this summer. Go ahead and advance the slide, please. We'll have several new offerings this summer. As you see here, one of them is a faculty collaborative, which I've already mentioned. We'll continue our policy advocacy, again, trying to expand these opportunities to more students. We'll have several new offerings this summer to help students bridge the gap between high school and college at Nashville State. And we're urging our high school seniors to complete the free application for federal student aid by March 1st to ensure that they'll be eligible for dollars that can help them continue their education. So this is truly just the beginning. So much has happened in just a year's time, but we're still at the beginning of this great partnership. Next slide, please. Finally, board members, there are a couple things I hope each of you can do to help us make Better Together even stronger. First, you can advocate for expanding dual enrollment opportunities. We've been pushing for this. We've seen the outcomes and the connections that have happened for our students just this year. You can also advocate for funding for summer bridge opportunities, a great opportunity to just ensure and expand our reach to our students to make sure they're prepared for their post-secondary opportunities. And MNPS and the Better Together partners are working hard to support students and families in completing the FAFSA by March 1st. Partners and school counselors stand at the ready to provide support. Students and families can contact their school to learn more about FAFSA supports and check out the MNPS webpage for seniors for more information at www.mnps.org/seniors. Y'all didn't know that was coming, so I'm going to repeat that just to make sure you can share it and share widely to your communities. www.mnps.org/seniors. We believe Better Together will make a big difference for many of our students. We appreciate your support for Better Together and our work with Nashville State, and Dr. Jackson and I will be happy to take any questions you may have about this phenomenal partnership. So Dr. Jackson, if you can just hang on for just a moment to see if any of our board members have any questions, but first I'll kick it back over to you, Madam Chair, before we move deeper into our students update.
I have a lot of words, but I'll sound like a groupie, so I just appreciate the partnership and the continued support. So do any of my colleagues have questions, thoughts, or concerns for either Dr. Battle or Dr. Jackson? All right, Mrs. Player-Peters.
I don't have a concern, but just I am completely biased, but I did work in the Briley administration with Project Grad, and glad to see it continue to go. It's something that we were very proud of to make sure that those last wraparound supports, as you said, it's not about the aptitude, but be able to have the supports around it. And it's a great program. Even my 72-year-old mother who transplanted here, when she heard about it, she would tell people that she know about, do you know about this program? And she's only been in Davidson County for 3 years. So just to have even an outsider come in and realize how great of a program this is and the quality that it can do for a great transition, especially for students who may not have other reasons other than academic ability to go on to, whether it's family obligations or financial obligations, it's a great transition. And so I just hope we can continue to expand it. You would have an advocate for resources with this. It's because just particularly how inflation has gone with 4-year traditional colleges, this is another great step. And I know many people who have had college degrees come back to Nashville State to sharpen and refreshen. My husband's one of them. One of my best friends did that. So it's a great institution. I'm glad we have this partnership to just be really creative for students to think about their post-secondary education careers, and that they can be creative and do different things. And it's a great institution that's a great service to our community. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you, Mrs. Player-Peters. I see Dr. Gentry and then Mr. Little.
Yeah, so just a lot of what Ms. Player-Peters said, and then continuing to go on and share that, I met Dr. Jackson very early in her time at Nashville State Community College, and from day one, she was super excited and a big advocate for our partnership such as this. So I'm glad to see that she and Dr. Battle are continuing that work. We've got the middle college experience that's going on, that has been going on at Nashville State for a while, and expanding that into District 1. And I'll say a little bit more about that in my announcements. Some great things have come out of that already. And so it's probably one of the few initiatives, and I think my fellow board members would agree, that we've seen such immediate returns on, right? So normally we're we're in planning and we're talking about it and we're getting some data and we know how many people are in, and then we get some more data that says this. But to be able to see a program that has had such immediate impact, right? And even, given the things that Ms. Claire Peters just shared, the idea of the potential of being able to pursue a college degree while working on your high school diploma, leaving your high school so many credits ahead in that space of completing college, it makes the task a lot less daunting, especially when you're the first in your generation. And it's unfortunate that in 2021, we're still talking about firsts, but we know we have lots of students who will still be the first, even in going through a program such as this. So, I know it is something that I am very excited about advocating for. Dr. Jackson also has impressed me. And I say this, it's going to sound very, very, but I am now, I do adjunct teaching at Nashville State Community College, just getting a firsthand look at that experience that the students are having there, and the supports that are there for them. And I know that our students are in good hands. And so just thank you, Dr. Battle, for continuing to champion the work, to continue to do the work to get to this point. I mean, I know that there's only greater things ahead of us in this partnership. So thank you both.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. All right, Mr. Little.
Cool. All right. Yeah. So I am new to the board, but I spent my summer months attending Nashville State when I was in college. It saved me a lot of money, got a lot of my core classes out the way. So proud of this program. I would say this program is types of programs like this, a life or death for our kids, as we just think about what happens when kids graduated from high school. And one of the students who coincidentally graduated from Republic High, this kid is in a crossroad right now, and we were sitting having a smoothie on Sunday, and I thought about the Nashville grad program, and I looked at his Pell Grant. He actually made a 23 on the ACT from the school, and he is just at a crossroad. And so when I saw Mr. Hayden come on, and then I looked up where he works at now, I was like, oh, maybe we'll talk about this. So glad to see this program. Very thankful for the work. Let me know I want to be the biggest champion, because I think this is the work that really helps students who find themselves in a financial pickle or just with direction, even after they graduate high school. So thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Little. Do we have any other thoughts, questions, or announcements before we allow Dr. Jackson?
I do, just quickly.
Go right ahead.
Just want to say thank you, Dr. Jackson, for all you're doing for Nashville. You're just a breath of fresh air, and we're incredibly grateful to you. Thanks.
The last thing that I'll say is that Dr. Jackson is my mom's line sister, so I'm just beaming. Like I appreciate the effort and appreciate the collaboration. With that, thank you, Dr. Jackson, and thank you, Dr. Battle, for that presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson and team.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to switch gears just a little bit and dig deeper into my director's report around our students. So again, board members, thank you for your continued engagement this evening. I know it's been a bit of a marathon of a day. This month, we will continue to focus on our students to provide greater insight for you related to where our students are and our plan as we move forward throughout the remainder of this school year into the summer and for years to come. But first, as usual, I would like to give you some insight into where we stand within our phase-in plan for students given our COVID-19 context. As of this morning, the risk score sits at an 8 out of 10. Friday, it was 7.9. And based upon some of the new daily case counts being released, we can reasonably assume the score will drop a bit in the coming days. As we've communicated, we'll start phasing in students to the classroom after the risk score is below 7. Once we get to that point, we will release some anticipated dates for returning students to the classroom, starting with our students with the most exceptional needs and pre-K4 students. Assuming continued and sustained progress in the metrics for several days, those students will be followed by grades 5 and 9, and then the remaining middle and high school students. Again, assuming we sustain a level of community spread below 7. We would need to sustain any progress over several days for the phase-in plan to be implemented. This does not mean that if we hit our target on Monday, students will return on Tuesday. We would release the planned dates with the time built in for sustaining progress and transitioning. However, hear me say, we will prioritize a transition that accounts for a safe and timely phase-in. We are all looking forward to seeing our students whose parents chose that option back into the classroom as soon as conditions allow. I am optimistic about the numbers we're seeing lately and hope the community will continue to do its part to reduce transmission of the virus so that we can see that happen as soon as possible. Next slide, please. You know, part of this conversation is also directly tied into our vaccine distribution. And so I'd love to share some more optimistic news on the vaccine front. But right now, the best estimates we're receiving is that teachers won't be receiving vaccines in Nashville until late February or early March due to the shortage of supply from the federal government. Right now, Davidson County is in phase 1A2 of the vaccine distribution plan, and teachers will be eligible in phase 1B. The state of Tennessee's health commissioner, Dr. Lisa Piercy, has announced that we had anticipated a surge of vaccine supply from the federal government that simply did not materialize. We will continue to work with health officials to get the latest information, and then we will share when and how teachers and support staff will be able to get the vaccine and announce it just as soon as we get those solid details from the state. I also wanted to take a moment to address the process of federal grant disbursements. And again, a little shift here, but very relevant and timely as we're talking about supporting our students, regardless if they're in the virtual or the in-person environment. I want to make sure that everyone is up to speed on this process for clarity and accuracy. As a recipient of taxpayer dollars, MNPS remains committed to ensuring that our district's federal programs are conducted in a compliant manner and for the maximum benefit of our students. We take our obligation to be responsible stewards of tax dollars very seriously, and we do our role in serving our 80,000 plus students. Our staff members have worked diligently to communicate our needs and challenges while requesting assistance from TDOE and other partners. The graphic that you see on the screen outlines the federal disbursement process. Before I begin, I want to stress that no matter where we are in this process, our students receive services and supports continuously and without interruption. Not only because we're required to do so, but because we know that this is the right thing to do and because these services are crucial for our students, many of whom are our most vulnerable children. In simple terms, TDOE releases a grant announcement, such as with ESSER, our ESSER dollars. MNPS then prepares a grant application with a budget according to the guidelines and requirements of the grant and based on our identified needs. Once approval is received from TDOE, we use local funds to pay for the approved activities under the grant. I want to mention, not funds that are sent directly to us. This is a statutory requirement as Tennessee is a reimbursement state. MNPS then submits receipts and documentation for approval by TDOE. Once these expenses are shown as paid and approved as allowable by TDOE, then the grant funds can be drawn down or reimbursed to MNPS. Again, as a reminder to reimburse us for leveraging our own local funds. TDOE conducted fiscal monitoring of ESEA and IDEA programs in fall of 2020. MNPS has not yet received any official results from TDOE as of today. We're not aware of any large sum of funds in question costs in the Tennessee's comptroller audit, as we did not receive follow-up information from the auditors or TDOE. We will continue to ask for this information. We've currently not received it, but the most recent audit for fiscal year 2019 conducted of several federal programs and MNPS by independent auditor Crossland notes no areas of concern. There is no statutory requirement for frequency of drawdowns. We have been working toward monthly drawdowns as good practice and have openly communicated this goal and our challenges with TDOE. Metro General Government adopted a new accounting system in 2019. This new system has presented many challenges, to say the least, that have impacted our ability to draw down, but we continue to work with Metro Finance and are committed, like I said before, to monthly drawdowns. I'd also like to speak specifically about ESSER 1, or the initial CARES Act funding MNPS received. First, these funds are available through June 2022 to meet the needs of our students. We have already spent these funds and are currently working to seek reimbursement based on the process I already described. Please note that as of the end of November, only 31.5% of all ESSER 1 funds across the entire state have been drawn down. We have been working to responsibly use the funds available to us to meet the needs of our students. So let me repeat, the majority of the allocation to MNPS has been spent, and we are working to submit these expenditures to TDOE for reimbursement. They include almost $10 million for district-wide student nutrition, approximately $446,000 for student software, $650,000 for instructional supplies, approximately $1.4 million for academic intervention programs, $150,000 for additional school nurses, approximately $900,000 for training stipends for teachers. The bulk of the remaining funds are designated for charter schools and equitable services to non-public schools, as well as administrative and indirect costs. So again, just wanted to provide a quick synopsis of what the federal grant disbursement process looks like and our commitment to making sure that we are leveraging all dollars to meet the needs of our students on a continuous basis with no interruptions. Next slide, please. Now, I cannot share the great work of our employees enough these days. We simply have an amazing staff who are going above and beyond to support our students. Yesterday, I had the personal pleasure of visiting Alex Green Elementary, where the team was out offering support to the students and staff they serve. With everything from no-cost breakfast and lunch meals, essential needs such as diapers and PPE, helping students and parents to develop attendance plans, instructional plans being provided, support around MAP assessments, and technology support. They had it going on. They were touching all the various needs of our families. This is yet one great example of what our schools are executing on a daily basis. It is happening all across the district every day, along with strong and effective teaching and learning taking place. Everyone is pitching in, from our paras, teachers, counselors, community achieves managers, administrators, custodial staff, translators to nutrition services, everyone. And again, schools across our district are already on their way to making sure that every student is seen, known, and cared for. Next slide, please. Now, finally, before we dig even further into this upcoming presentation, I want to acknowledge that this is School Board Appreciation Week here in Tennessee. And I want to especially shout out and give a thank you to our board members for your hard work and dedication to the students, parents, teachers, and staff that you support through your advocacy and oversight here at Metro Nashville Public Schools. And I know y'all aren't prepared for this, but everybody should just turn their cameras on for just a second and let us virtually celebrate you.
Thank you all, Dr. Battle and staff. We really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you all so much. Know that we appreciate you. We have much more to dig into in this presentation, but again, wanted to place our value in you and the tireless work that you do every day on behalf of our learning community. Now, I will now turn the rest of the presentation over to the team who's going to walk you through our focus outcomes aligned to our signature initiatives that is our district's plan as we move forward. And first, I'm going to kick it over to Dr. Michelle Springer. Dr. Springer, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Battle, and thank you to our board members. Congratulations on a Tennessee School Board Appreciation Week. We thank you for prioritizing our students. Our partners, we thank you for prioritizing our students. to hear that Nashville State is planning around a student-ready college is exciting. That's putting students first. And so students are our greatest resource. That's just clear. They're our greatest asset. And if we think about the most powerful movements in history, even our most recent history, the movement was successful because of the involvement of the influencers, our youth. And so we will continue to prioritize them, lift them up, elevate them. I'm thankful to be a part of an organization that focuses on doing the work with students, not to students, not over students, but with students. We all recognize that it is our responsibility to create those conditions. It's stated in our strategic plan, and it is simply just who we are and what we do. And so for them to have a seat at the table is not even an option. In fact, they need a seat at the head of the table as we are planning and decision-making and making shifts grounded in our day-to-day work. Our students are vitally important to everything that we do. Next slide. That shows up in our focused outcomes. It's what we expect for our students, and it is a guaranteed experience for our students. In our previous board meeting, our focused outcomes were identified as a new way for the district to do the work with our students and to chart their individual progress, to monitor the school level data and promote equity across our district. We're going to continue to focus on academics as well as SEL outcomes grounded in the district's belief that every 80,000 plus student is seen, heard, cared for, and they are known. It is an expectation from our director of schools that we do just that we meet the needs of our individual students and we establish those high expectations. And it's through these focused outcomes with each individual grade band with a focus on literacy, numeracy, social emotional learning, and transitions that we will ensure success for all of our students. Next slide, please. And it's about every student known. And I won't take you all the way down this path of success, but I do want to highlight that because we are focused on every student known, it requires us to be innovative, collaborative, strategic, and on a consistent basis. It's an opportunity to strengthen the way we do our work together, right? And with our students. And that's with the central office, our principals, our community, our board, to make these focused outcomes a true reality. Just as a quick recap, we know that our focused outcomes are organized into different grade bands. You have pre-K4, you have grade 5, you have 6 through 8, you have 9 through 10, and 11 through 12. And here you see an illustration of our pre-K through 4 and our grade 5 that was shared at our previous board meeting. You'll note that our literacy and numeracy outcomes are based upon our students meeting their individual growth projection. And for attendance, we want our students to meet an attendance rate of 95% or above. And for SEL, we want our students to be aligned to our SEL competencies. We want to develop our students with interpersonal skills, self-awareness, self-management, so that they are ready for the world. We can't leave out that transition preparation. We know that our students in those transitional grades will need something very specific. And we want to make sure that we provide that for our students. And as Dr. Battle called out last board meeting, this is not about a clump of district data. This is about every student's data and making sure that they are progressing, making sure that we have a pulse on where our students stand and what their needs are so that we can respond accordingly. Next slide, please. Here you see the grade bands for 6 through 8 and our grade bands for 9 through 10th grade. And with the 9th through 10th grade, you see the addition of the on-track graduation. That's where we begin to make sure that we are personalizing to make sure that our students cross that finish line after their 12th grade year. Next slide. Finally, I'll conclude with grades 11 through 12th grade. It's about every student being known. Based upon the feedback from our community, our district staff, our students, we're on the right path. It's an exciting path, actually. It's an individualized, personalized path for our students to make sure that they are ready for post-secondary outcomes, positive post-secondary outcomes. Up next, we have Dr. Bellamy, our Chief of Schools, who will come and share with you a deeper dive of a focused outcomes around literacy and numeracy, followed by SEL and transitions. So Dr. Bellamy, I'll kick it to you and please take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Springer, and good evening, board members. And again, a happy Board Appreciation Week to you as well. So I'm going to take a deeper dive on our first two focused outcomes of literacy and numeracy this evening. And first, we're going to talk a little bit about literacy. Next slide. So as you saw on previous graphics, our literacy-focused outcome is written at the individual student level to ensure that every student is known. And so we're going to work to ensure that every student meets or exceeds those growth projections in the 2021-2022 school year. So how are we going to determine if our students have met those projections? You've heard presentations before about the MAP, or Measure of Academic Progress Universal Screening Tool. And beginning with a baseline of February 2020, the winter screening in February of 2020, and a final assessment occurring prior to the 2021-2022 school year beginning will be how we determine if our students have met those individual goals. Next slide. In October, you were briefed on the fall administration of the MAP, highlights of which you see here. It was administered remotely, which certainly had some challenges. Nearly 38,000 students engaged in the fall MAP. We saw a slight inflation of K through 2 scores due to remote administration, which is not uncommon in other districts our size that use MAP. But they did show results at the end that our learning progress is less of an issue in reading than in math. And we'll talk a little bit deeper about each of those here in just a second. Slide. As a reminder, the MAP gives us a variety of academic data, but the focused outcomes are going to utilize student growth as displayed here. So you see circled in yellow there. Now, these are grade level bands you're seeing right now. So this chart shows student groups in grade bands, but I'll recall again that our focused outcomes are driven at the individual student level. But this chart will show you that we're going to talk in terms of median growth in the column that we have circled. Next slide. In addition to that, however, we do still look at the district level. We have always looked and reported data both in grade bands and in subgroups. And so I think it's important to know the distinction is if every student meets their individual goals, we will meet subgroup goals, but the opposite's not necessarily true, which is why it's so powerful and important that we're digging to the individual student level. So you can see here that the general ed subgroup was at about 53, with the majority of other subgroups growing within plus or minus 3 points, including the EE subgroup demonstrating higher growth than the general ed group, as well as a couple other groups demonstrating higher growth. So again, the subgroup data is incredibly useful. We'll continue to use it. But the fact is, when we focus our outcomes on ensuring every student's known at the individual level, we'll see growth in each of these subgroups as well. Slide. We are currently in the last week of our winter screening window right now. So to prepare for this administration, our district research and evaluation team took lessons learned in the fall from our fall administration. They produced Teams Live events for both schools. School administrators. They came to our PLN in December, created some documents for our schools to help use to create the understanding of what MAP is and how our instruction leads to MAP success. They created Teams Live events for parents to better understand MAP procedures and protocols and its intended use as well. We're currently sitting at around 75% of our students tested, with the rest of this week to go. So we're about 70% of the way through the window, about 75% of our students tested. It's important to know we are already over 38,000 students testing in reading and over 37,000 in math. So we've already reached levels that we saw in the fall, showing that we learned some lessons and we have a higher degree of success here in the spring. And again, we'll finish up testing this week. We are very hopeful and very confident we'll get to around 90%, which is 90 to 95% is the highest level we've ever seen at MAP administration, even in a pre-pandemic year. So again, we're very excited for this administration for continuing to view the growth of our students. Slide. In addition to educating more about MAP and supporting our schools more in getting this heavy lift accomplished, we wanted to continue to support schools in reaching the focused outcomes. So MAP is just one measure, and how we reach that is the day-to-day instruction. So the Division of Schools collected best practices that we saw happening in our schools around the district already. So what you see here is a resource package that we rolled out in December in our PLN, again in January to our principals. It was assembled for our principals so that every school could use them as needed. These were not requirements or additional things for a school to do, but these were best practices we were seeing all over the place. And so the Department of Teaching and Learning, the executive directors, came together. They tried to put their thoughts around it and provide it to any other school, as well as connect schools to one another. So I'd like to commend our principals, the executive directors, the teaching and learning team, and I think most of all the backbone of our workforce, our teachers, for sharing, collaborating, going above and beyond to help students meet their growth targets during this time. It's so important that every student is known, and they do that work through our teachers. So thank you again to those groups. I'm going to call up Dr. Williams now. He's going to share an exciting signature initiative with you that we are excited about, that it's going to help us meet these goals in the years to come around literacy. Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Dr. Bellamy. Good evening, board members. Next slide, please. I'm going to introduce our first signature initiative that we're going to discuss this evening, and that's around literacy. On the left, you'll see some historical trends of our district's MAP reading scores, starting in January of 2017 through February of 2020, right before the pandemic started. Our scores have been relatively stable within a few points, but this signature initiative aims to positively alter this trajectory for our students. Our literacy signature initiative is all about putting quality literacy instructional materials in the hands of great teachers with high levels of support. We believe this is one of the most important and equitable things we can do for our students. Our biggest immediate challenge, of course, will be the funding necessary to fully invest in the curriculum materials adopted by the board last spring and provide the professional development required to implement them with integrity. The pandemic has unmasked the need for our district to move forward with a united curricular approach. We will continue to work with many of our great partners through our blueprint in United Way, Alignment Nashville, the Mayor's Office, Pencil, the Nashville Public Education Foundation, to name a few, who are deeply committed to improving literacy outcomes for each individual MNPS student. Within the next few months, we will be sharing a 3-year plan outlining descriptions for implementing high-quality instructional materials, providing ongoing professional development, and ultimately meeting our focused outcomes for literacy for each individual student.
And with great teaching and great materials, we're going to back that up with high dosage tutoring to meet the individual needs of our students and build strong relationships as well. So we are in the process of launching high quality one-on-one tutoring. You see here outlined the gold standard model that we're pushing for. The nice thing about tutoring, to be frank, is that there's a large research base for us to draw from. We know what works. It's high dosage, 3 or more times a week, at least 30 minutes a session, preferably during the school day. We can leverage certainly our educators, but we won't leave it to just them. We have higher education partners who are stepping up, community partners such as Pencil, who are in this work with us, and bring volunteers who we train and who can work with our kids as well. It's also about coordination and integration. So we, again, will train tutors on content, skills. We don't expect them to be teachers, but working on reteaching, remediation, skill building. And they also can build strong relationships as well. So, and then that also requires regular communication between the teacher and tutor. So we at the district level are supporting systems to make this as easy as possible for schools. And I'm excited to announce that we are initially focusing in literacy on grades K through 4. We'll add other grades as capacity allows. And we are partnering with Pencil and Vanderbilt, who are helping us recruit, train, and support tutors. And it's a robust tutoring model, unlike any I've heard of locally. So we're really excited to bring this to our students. And I'll pass it back to Dr. Bellamy to talk about numeracy.
Thank you, Dr. Randolph. Slide. We're going to talk about our focused outcomes in numeracy. We'll go through this a little bit quicker because much of what you're about to hear is the same as what you heard in literacy. Slide. So again, much of what I said about literacy applies directly to numeracy as well, including the way we're going to judge our success. And so these are the same dates and the same information you saw on an earlier slide. as math, numeracy, and literacy tests are taken during the same window. They are distinct and separate tests, but they're given during the same window, and that window of administration is important when we judge student growth. Slide. You also saw this chart in October when Dr. Changus presented to you from our fall reports, but just as a reminder, and it cannot be said enough, we're going to look at the growth of our individual students from the winter baseline to the final screening. As mentioned previously, you can see that learning progress is a bit more of a challenge in numeracy than literacy. Slide. However, what you can also see when you look at numeracy is that when we look at subgroups and across grade bands, we do have the majority of subgroups, to including our EE and EL students, demonstrated more growth than their general ed peers in this instance. So while we did see learning progress a little bit more of a challenge in numeracy, there are still some bright spots there. Slide. And in a similar fashion to literacy enhancements, the same project was undertaken by the Division of Schools, the Teaching and Learning Department, and our schools. And these were some of the packages sent out and provided for to help enhance numeracy and connect our instruction to our academic growth of our students. And so again, I just want to stress this was the Division of Schools and Teaching and Learning Department capturing the work that was already going on in many of our schools and sharing it and helping them be bright spots among their colleagues and creating opportunities to share office hours with the teaching and learning team so they could come and discuss, and the work that they went into to provide packages of materials for our schools. So again, I would be remiss if I didn't give thanks to our principals, our executive directors, the teaching and learning department, and one more time to our teachers for leveraging the strengths within MNPS to share best practices and resources to benefit all students. So those are our literacy and numeracy focused outcomes about making sure every student is known and drilling to the individual student level. And now I'm excited to let Dr. Griffin tell you about a numeracy signature initiative that's going to help us ensure that every student is known and meets or exceeds their targets. Dr. Griffin?
Thank you, Dr. Bellamy, and happy Board Appreciation Week to our awesome and amazing board. Next slide. I have the distinct privilege to discuss the next signature initiative, Coaching with Khan. Khan Academy is not new. It's been around since 2008, and it is a free resource that provides the opportunity to strengthen and sharpen our students' math skills. It provides an additional layer of support to families seeking resources to maximize virtual learning in math. A partnership between MNPS and Coaching with Khan will help teachers identify the challenges preventing students from mastering grade level standards. MNPS aims to leverage Khan in two ways. Number one, math teachers in grades 5, 7, and 9 in the Schools of Innovation will receive coaching and support to personalize modules for students. And secondly, families can access Khan Academy, again for free, as an at-home resource, math support that will support the virtual learning. One benefit that we love is that Khan is available in over 40 languages, and all teachers and all families are able to personalize this supplemental resource for each student so that they can help develop those skills needed to overcome learning gaps or even unfinished learning. At this time, I want to turn it over to Dr. Carrie Randolph, who will discuss high dosage tutoring. Dr. Randolph?
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. So next slide. So it's probably no surprise that we're also targeting numeracy in our high dosage tutoring. And here you can see that it has a mentoring component, math content and skills, certainly that strong relationship and SEL component, that teacher-tutor communication that I mentioned before, and tutor training. We are going to start our high dosage tutoring in math based on what research says in grades 5 through 8, and we will expand from there as capacity allows. Again, our tutors will receive training from Vanderbilt aligned with our math framework. And I'd also just like to mention while we're here, for both literacy and numeracy, our tutoring support for high school students through Bright Path that was mentioned with Better Together will continue. So we'll continue to support those students, and that's specifically for our juniors and seniors. But as we have the capacity with partners, and we have generated a lot of interest in partnering with us in this way, we will expand tutoring as much as possible across the district and across grade levels. So now I'll turn it to Dr. Springer to talk with us about focused outcomes in social emotional learning.
Thank you, Dr. Carrie Randolph. It is a pleasure to partner with you around this work for social emotional learning. We know that across this country, across this district, social emotional learning has been at the forefront of conversation. It has been a priority since the start of school, and quite frankly, it continues to be. So a few measures that we use to track our progress in this area is around attendance data and behavior data. So in just a few moments, I'm going to walk through some of our data points for the current year. Next slide, please. First up, attendance. And we're talking about our average daily attendance. We know that our students, our SEL-focused outcome is for our students to achieve satisfactory attendance with an attendance rate of 95% or above. And so we began the year with an attendance rate of 87.4%. Since then, and over time, we have increased by 4. And we are settled right now at 91.7. We still have room to grow. For context, I want to just state that this time last year, the attendance rate was at 92.3. We are not quite where we want to be, but we are inching towards our goal. And in the midst of it all, in the midst of what our students are going through, our educators are going through during this pandemic, there is steady progress towards us meeting that attendance goal. Next up, we have behavior outcomes, and I'm going to talk year to date around the number of unique behavior incidents. So we have SEL outcomes that are focused on behavior, the whole child, right? We have academics, we have SEL, attendance, and now we have behavior. An example would be, at the end of the day, we want our students to exhibit self-efficacy and develop self-advocacy skills. We want our students to understand the concept of community, including personal and social responsibility. And one way to monitor progress through that will be through our behavioral outcomes. So we have 3 different scenarios. We have 2018 and 19, which was pre-pandemic, where we have in-person learning for the entire year. And we had 22,001 unique behavior incidents. And for the next year, 2019, 2020, which was mostly in person and then starting in March virtual, we had 24,325 incidents across the district. And then this year we have 171. And I want to dig in a little further on the next coming slides around our discipline data. We've already talked about the unique number of behavior incidents right across the 3 years. What I want to speak to is another measure we've addressed and we've tracked over the years, which was the number of out-of-school suspensions. So for 2018, 2019, we had 9,127 out-of-school suspensions. And then in 2019, 2020, we had 7,864, and this year we have 22. And that would include our traditional MNPS schools as well as our charter schools. And on our next slide, we dive a little deeper and we talk about our traditional schools and we talk through our charter schools. Again, one of the key measures that we've been tracking are a number of suspensions. And what you see here is that in our traditional schools, we have 6 out-of-school suspensions for this year. Our charter schools have 16. And what we know is that for those incidents that are occurring in MNPS, they either occurred while we were in person, and they represent either an elementary school, a school serving a student with a disability, or these numbers also include our charter schools, any student who was physically in the school building. I just wanted to make that clear. These are about students who are physically in the school building. On the next slide, we break it down and we talk specifically about our MNPS traditional schools. We've talked about the number of incidents for MNPS traditional schools, and now we break it down for female and male students. And you notice that our females have about 40 incidents, students have incidents, and about 109 males have incidents. I want to talk about the difference between local discipline, in-school suspension and out-of-school suspension, and exposure just quickly. So when you see local discipline, that's speaking to a student who may have engaged in an incident, and then the outcome was to have maybe a restorative conference, right? A conversation to restore, repair, and return that student back to the learning environment. And you see the numbers across for traditional MPS schools, females and males. And then you see the number of students within school suspensions, again, for the traditional setting, for MNPS, and then you have females and the numbers for males. Out of school suspensions, you see our total of 6 for MNPS traditional schools, with 3 for females and 3 for males. And then you note that we do not have any expulsions. For the next behavior data set, we have data for our students who are African American, Asian, Hispanic, Latino, and white. Again, looking across, you see the number of students with incidents. You see that there are 76 students who are African American, 2 who are Asian, 17 who are Hispanic and Latino, 53 who are white. And you see the next line is focused on that local discipline, those restorative conferences. And you see the numbers listed there, and followed up by our in-school suspension numbers. This is for this school year. And then finally, our out-of-school suspension numbers across the different groups. And then finally, our expulsion numbers. And you see that they are at 0. We are on a mission, MNPS, on a mission to eliminate barriers for our students through equitable practices. And we've had teams working in a coordinated effort to collectively have impact around discipline disparities. Though we have 171 incidents while students are in this space, we know that we can utilize historical data to go ahead and map out the supports that we want to put in place to mitigate those disparities. So you have student voice and engagement framework. And you have students at the table, head of the table, helping to plan and frame this thing out. It's exciting work to work alongside students as they set a path forward for our student voice and engagement. We're expanding our youth court to go across all of our high schools and then some of our targeted middle schools as well. And we want to make sure that we're elevating student leadership in this space. We want our students to have positive experiences with the juvenile court justice system and to restore, repair instead of a punitive response. We have mentor alignment that is happening. We have a team working to ensure that we have a clear understanding of what that means in MNPS. What trainings do we need to level set? Who exactly needs the mentoring, and let's match them up. We have district-wide professional learning. We have mental health one-on-one happening right now, as well as trauma-informed. We have thousands of our staff who are participating in these well-needed or well-needed trainings thus far. And then we have our wraparound supports and services and outreach. And this is a time to say thank you to our partners who are really going above and beyond to make sure that we reach every single student through our outreach efforts. Next slide. And then I'm going to return us to attendance for just a few moments. Schools have been hard at work, focused on making sure our students are engaged. And what you see here is a graph of interventions for our students who are chronically absent on the top that focuses on an attendance assessment. That's that check-in that our students receive and our families receive if you have a few absences. Then you have a collaborative referral assignment that you see on the chart as well, and that's referrals to internal and external agencies to provide that wraparound supports for our students to knock down any barriers. And then you have an attendance plan, and that's a more focused, specific plan for our students to make sure that we are intentionally addressing any barriers that will keep them from attending school. At the bottom, you see these same interventions for our students who are considered truant. What you will see is a steep incline in the number and the frequency of our intervention data. You will note that we have over 25,000 attendance assessments that have occurred in this school district. We have over 17,000 collaborative referrals to multiple partners across this city who have band together to support our students. And we have almost 10,000 attendance plans. We're just thankful for this level of support that is being provided to our students. We're thankful to our schools who are leaning in, our executive directors and our departments across MNPS. Next slide, please. Next up, we have my partner, Mr. Ken Starks, who is going to share a bit more about additional interventions and supports that we are providing to our students as we hope and plan around engaging them in the educational environment. Mr. Ken Starks, take it away.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Springer. Next slide, please. So this evening, I get the pleasure to speak to you a little bit about the virtual help centers. I know you've heard a little bit about it, but first, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background. When we started these, we were looking at a number of things. First, we recognized the challenge that we had, that even though we had provided computers for all of our students that needed one, there were still a number of barriers that that existed for some of our learners that were really hindering and keeping them from being fully engaged in the online learning environment. You know, following with our core tenets and trying to keep equity first and foremost in our mind, we realized that we needed to do something to make sure that each and every student had access to a quality learning environment. We also recognize that at the beginning of the year, as Dr. Springer just mentioned a bit ago, that our attendance was not reaching our goal of 95%. You know, we started the year in the 80s, and by October, we're in the low 90s, but we needed to be better. So we needed to expend some effort and to put some things in place to try to get that number to that 95% goal if we could. We also knew coming into it that we had a number of really great partners that have stepped up and were offering to step up, and including Hands on Nashville and Alignment Nashville and a number of other partners that were offering people and support to do whatever they could to help us create the better access and reduce the inequities for our students. Next slide, please. So, you know, as we've implemented the virtual help centers, and as we look towards the second semester, and we've made, you know, we continue to refine and look at what we're doing and see how we can make it better to continue to reduce the inequities, make sure every child has a quality opportunity, and additionally, making sure that as the central office, we're providing the support to the schools and the students. So in that vein, some of our core strategies moving forward, we're going to maintain the 4 virtual help centers. It's 1 per quadrant of the city. Maplewood, Pearl Cone, Overton, and Glencliff High Schools are where those support centers currently are. They are a little bit more than just tech centers. We obviously can provide hotspots, replacement laptops, help families with the technical aspects. But as families, it's not all just about the technology. There are other needs that the families have that inhibit their access for one reason or another, or inhibit their ability to really maximize the learning and education that's being provided. So if it's something that the team at the school can't assist them with immediately, the school teams can refer families and help them get support from other places. And every time we're making one of those collaborative referrals, we're tracking them so that they can be following up. In addition, to what we're directly doing at the help centers. And as Dr. Springer touched on a little bit in the previous segment in terms of attendance, we are providing a number of supports to schools and to students and families to help with attendance. Whether students are in school or virtual, their attendance and their participation is critical to their success. Additionally, working with some of our community partners, we're initiating a lot of additional outreach to students, making sure they've got devices that they're working, that if a student has been withdrawn, how can we get them re-engaged? Those types of things. I know the community partners and the student services departments are carrying the bulk of that weight, but in supporting the schools. But those are all key pieces to engaging students and keeping them learning at the highest levels. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Randolph, and I believe she's going to talk to us a little bit more about the navigators. Dr. Randolph.
Thanks, Ken. Appreciate that. Next slide. Next slide. We can jump ahead. I know we've talked before about navigators, so I'll do a quick update, but certainly this is rooted in our Every Student Known, really important work that we're doing. Just as a reminder, check-ins are occurring at least bi-weekly. They help establish that baseline relationship in the beginning, but we routinely return to those basic needs, technology, food, housing insecurity, social emotional supports, as well as asking questions about academic needs. And those relationships are really strong and built at this point, and there's some amazing work happening in our schools. So we're able to push out information to families through this, but also have found that these have become more robust check-ins. Next slide. So just a quick update on where we are, and these are underestimates. We have some schools that aren't using the data system that we can access at the district level because they have their own that's working really well for them. So we have over 227,000 check-ins that have occurred since August. That amounts to more than 51,500 students, more than 5,000 navigators. And those check-ins alone, separate from the attendance collaborative referrals that Dr. Springer mentioned earlier, we've generated 1,800 collaborative referrals. And again, I'll stress that the rate of collaborative referral generation has been fairly constant. And so that tells us that we do have ongoing needs, and we have evidence that that's coming from two areas. As relationships deepen between the navigator and the student or family, those needs are more apparent, as well as we have families in changing conditions and students in shifting conditions. Next slide. So this is, just wanted to feature some voices of our principal at Inglewood. This is Ashley Croft, and a student, Juliet, who's in the 2nd grade. And Dr. Croft was interviewing Juliet, and this is a quote from Juliet. I feel like it helps me a lot. She means navigator. Even when my friends are not available, I can still talk to my navigator. She talks about how I'm doing and my work and task and what I need to do. What I like about the meetings is that I kind of get to know her a bit. And we have a video clip of Juliet that is very endearing, and we are hearing from students, families, as well as our navigators, teachers, school staff, that they also get this give and take, and these strong relationships that are being built that is enriching on all sides. Next slide. And I'll pass it back to Dr. Springer to talk about transitions.
Thank you, Dr. Randolph. Love, love, love hearing the personalized stories of the impact that the work is having on our students. It is getting down to the root of why we do what we do. I'll bring up the rear with our focused outcomes around transitions, right? Our final outcome this evening. Our students are resilient. They've shown it to us time and time and time again. And in listening to our students and our families, all of that said, layered and continual support is needed. And so we've worked and as mentioned earlier, just meet on a weekly basis to execute and check our progress around some transition outcomes for our students to ensure they are on track for graduation. Dr. Randolph came and shared about the high dosage tutoring. We also have the ready graduate work that is happening. Our executive directors, our departments are collaborating to make sure that there's a robust on-track graduation plan in place so that our students, again, reach that finish line. We do also have some events that we normally would have in a regular, if there's such a thing, school year, that we want to continue and make sure that our students have access to the scholarship nights, the sign-in, the visits. And then we also want to make sure that we're tracking our impact and that our schools have up-to-date data using a leaderboard tracker so that they can make data-driven goals and make sure that we reach those goals. So right now we are tracking FAFSA. In the past, we tracked T and Promise, and we went from about 40% of students who completed that application to well over 75,000. 75%. So the nice thing is that we have a week-by-week update, and we can make sure that our students are getting to the finish line. We also want to just make sure that we continue to capitalize on our partnerships. We have multiple partnerships that are leaning in, making personal phone calls to our seniors. We have our school-based support with our one-on-one counseling sessions to make sure that our students have that personalized support as well. Next slide, please. So just a quick plug, if you need FAFSA support, Dr. Battle gave us a link earlier and to our senior support line, and so make sure you visit that as well, and on there you will find this information around supports for FAFSA. We really want to set our students up for success. Just thought I would add this quick little plug here. Next, we know that it's, we're focused on our upperclassmen for sure, but we also know that our younger grades also need supports through this transition. They've never been through anything like this before. And so we've personalized supports, and here are just a few examples. All right, we'll start with the 8th grade. We want to make sure that when the 8th graders enter into the 9th grade, they have sound 4-year plan through. We want to make sure that those plans are indicative of the interests that are showing up on inventory. So in the 7th grade, they receive an inventory, and again, in the 9th grade, they receive a career interest inventory. And much like our upperclassmen, we want to make sure that we have experiences that mirror what we would have done with in-person learning. So those college career fairs, those job shadowing experiences and those school visits are still continuing to occur, as well as us engaging with our parents around this. So our schools right now are engaging our parents. They have virtual tours, virtual meetings with our parents. So we're thankful for the work that is happening within our schools. So with that being said, the end goal is to ensure our students are set up for success, right? High school, post-secondary success. And it's critical that we're able to track that progress ongoing. We have Dr. Changas, who is going to share our signature initiative around our personalized dashboard that will do just that. Dr. Changas.
Thank you, Dr. Springer. So I'm going to talk about personalized student dashboard. In order to ensure that we have timely supports and interventions in place to help students move forward academically, socially, and emotionally, the right data must be available on demand. So with that, we're going to talk about the educational research that shows that timely and effective feedback is one of the most effective influences impacting student achievement. That impact is enhanced when students are genuinely involved in goal setting and identifying short and medium-term targets. We want to see that all of our students are getting quality feedback and participating in data conversations. The research literature also shows that parent involvement and parent expectations have a huge impact on student achievement. Now, some families routinely receive student data beyond course grades, but that's not always the case. With timely feedback and inclusion in goal setting, students take ownership of their learning and their results. The goal is to empower students and families. So the question becomes, how do we ensure that every student and every family has access to key indicators of students' academic and non-academic data, their progress? We have no shortage of dashboards in MNPS. Our educators can go into the data warehouse and they can find, data addressing attendance, behavior, test scores, and more. But those focus on summary results at the school or district level. Now, the personalized dashboard is going to bridge the current gap by providing students and families and access to key information about the student's academic progress. So let's go to the next slide. Now, the dashboard's going to evolve over time. We'll have short-term and long-term goals, and many of our stakeholders are going to provide input. I'm already receiving great suggestions from a number of district and school leaders, and we're going to talk to teachers and parents and other stakeholders in the very near future. We anticipate that attendance data, behavior data, and assessment results will be part of the dashboard. We want to provide actionable data that allows us to see growth and progress over time, as well as at least short-term targets. Now, this phased work to build a personalized dashboard will give students and caring adults alike opportunities and space to celebrate accomplishments. In time, we anticipate that it'll also provide links to additional supports where needed. This information will elevate student voice and ownership in the educational journey. Students and families will be better able to track progress toward short-term and long-term goals. And we believe that this will bring additional and new meaning to knowledge is power. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Dr. Springer to bring us home.
Going to bring us on home and land this here plane. What's up next is this. We'll continue to engage students. We hope that through our signature initiatives that you learned tonight, through our response to the data that we're currently seeing, that you see our focus on engaging our students, and that we see our students, again, as a resource. We aim to continue to better our alignment. We want streamlined communication so that others outside of our organization are clear about the supports that are being provided to our students and how they can lean in and to support our efforts. We want to continue with our cross-collaboration across teams, as well as our external partnerships for more efficient approaches to supporting our students. And then finally, we aim to coordinate and leverage all resources for a strong execution to ensure that our students' needs are met and that they have a successful chance at post-secondary outcomes and beyond. So I just thank you all for listening, for engaging, for your work and your commitment to our students. We too are dedicated and committed to our students, and we look forward to a continued partnership. And with that, Dr. Battle, I'm going to kick it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Springer and team. Chair Buggs, that concludes our update around our students for this evening. And so I will turn it back over to you for any further facilitation.
All right, thank you, Dr. Battle and team, for this dynamic presentation. A lot of information, or responding to questions that have been asked in the community. So thank you for taking the time to walk us through all of that. So I'll open it up to my colleagues. What questions, thoughts, concerns do you have for Dr. Battle and her staff?
Hello, Chairwoman Buggs. This is Abigail Tyler.
All right, go right ahead, Ms. Tyler.
Thank you. Dr. Battle, I know that you said that once we reach a 7 on the metrics, that it would need to be there for a couple of days before we come back. What happens once we get in school? What if the number goes above 7? Will there be a grace period where we get to stay in school and see if it dips back down, or do we have a plan for that?
Yes, so our plan will continue with our COVID tracker. We'll continue to monitor where we are with our metrics and what might be contributing to the rise in the metrics, but we will continue to prioritize our students being back in person once we phase in. But we cannot ignore either the metrics around community spread, transmission rates, and positivity rates. So we'll continue to follow the tracker and taking in informed information around those metrics to sustain our students' ability to remain in the in-person setting. Along the way, we'll continue to communicate and update the team if for any reason we start to see things move in another direction as soon as possible. And specifically in how we're trying to get communications out, we'll make sure that we're noting that so that we can keep all of our stakeholders up to speed.
Okay, thank you for that. I also had another question. I've had several parents ask if you would ever consider a hybrid option for the older students, and why or why not, what you're thinking on that.
Yes, so we considered the hybrid option from the early days of planning. If everyone recalls, when we were working on our original Nashville plan, we looked at every single scenario. And to be truthful and honest with you with regards to the hybrid approach in a large urban school district, the feasibility is just not there. In addition to that, as you dig into further research and data around the hybrid models, it is the least favorable model when you're still focused on your mitigation strategies. And so, considering feasibility and how that model could contribute to us decreasing the spread or minimizing the spread of the virus, it is the least favorable in this space, particularly for large urban school districts.
Okay, thank you for that reasoning. That makes sense. And then I just had a question about vaccines. I know that you had mentioned that we're looking mid-Feb or late February, early March for our teachers. Do we have an official agreement or an official plan with whoever's going to be doing that rollout to make sure that our special ed teachers and paraprofessionals and elementary, all those kids that we're wanting to send back first, that we are prioritizing those teachers to get vaccinated first so that we can get back as soon as possible?
Yes, thank you for that question. Hank, would you like to come on and speak to the specifics of our vaccination plan in partnership with our health officials?
Yes, thanks, Dr. Battle and Ms. Tyler. That's exactly right. So our prioritization for our vaccine rollout follows the same prioritization for bringing students back for in-person learning.
Okay, that's really good to know. And then I just had another question about how does our agreement with Meharry kind of fit into that? Are they going to be part of giving vaccines to our teachers? If so, is that something that they'd be able to do? Is that a school-based something that they could do, or would our teachers have to travel? How was the easiest way to get that done so that we can, get it offered to people as soon as it's ready?
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. So we will be emphasizing speed of getting out the vaccine in an effective and efficient manner. It depends on which type of vaccine the Nashville community receives. The most likely scenario is that we receive the Pfizer vaccine. And for the Pfizer vaccine, you have to maintain the cold chain. And so in that state, we probably have 2 sites, depending on the numbers of vaccines that we receive in the community. We would likely have 1 site at 100 Oaks, Vanderbilt at 100 Oaks, and 1 site at Meharry, because they can maintain the cold chain and try to make that more convenient on people. If the state and federal government are not able to provide many vaccines at one time to the community, it may make more sense to do 1 site, but we'll determine. If the Nashville community receives Moderna for our school-based educators and staff, then that has less of an issue, and we could offer it in more sites, perhaps even drive-through. So we've got plans for both scenarios.
Great. Oh, I love it when we have plans. So thank you. And then I guess just kind of follow up on that. When we, where is it? I have everything written down. Well, I can't find it, and it's missing. I will have to raise my hand again once it gets back. It's been a long night. So yes, I had something else that came up while you were talking that I wanted to double check in on, and I just lost it. So I apologize. I'll come back around when I think of it again.
Ms. Tyler, I'll add that the plans continue to evolve as we receive new and updated information. So, for example, today we had another meeting with Dr. Morris with Vanderbilt Medical Center, along with our partners at Meharry and Public Health, to make sure that whatever new information we're receiving comes in. Thank you.
Oh, and I remember. What can we ask the public to do to help advocate for us to get more vaccines. I know that the governor's office, we have been a little slow in getting numbers. I have personally been sending emails to ask if they could send the amount of vaccines so every county is able to vaccinate the same percentage of people instead of the same number. Anything to help us moving faster. Is there anything more that we can do or anything else that the public can do to help speed that along so that we can really prioritize our students? I know the governor wants us back in school, and if he really wants that, then he needs to take the steps that will get us there. So how can we put pressure on him to do that?
Well, let me be clear, first of all, that if we had the supply of vaccines, our public health community would be ready tomorrow to be able to administer those. So far, the most sure, slow but sure method of getting vaccines is to receive it through the statewide allocations. We are pursuing every avenue available, though, and working with the Tennessee Department of Health to explore whether we might be able to receive a direct allocation to school systems. Because of Nashville's partnership, Metro Nashville Public Schools, very sophisticated partnership with Meharry Medical College and Vanderbilt, we are uniquely situated in the state to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. So there again, that's why that investment, those federal resources becoming available are just so important to us being able to achieve that option for in-person instruction.
Great. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And in terms of advocacy,
yeah.
So it would be continued. We would love for the Tennessee Department of Health to directly allocate to our school district those vaccines. We are eager to receive them. We have completed the application. They have our information. We'd be glad to answer any questions they have. That would be huge.
Great. That's good to hear. And, anything we can do to get us safely back in school. So thank you very much for that update.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Tyler. Do we have any other questions around this director's report? Mrs. Puva-Walker?
Thanks. I want to start by saying thanks to everybody for all the hard work, and God bless those people still sitting at Brantford tonight. Thank you so much. So I wanted to just bring up a question. I would curious about what my colleagues think. I'm wondering, as numbers are declining, and I know nothing is for certain, but if there's a world in which we could bring special education students, the ones that we prioritized last time, if there was a world in which we could bring them back sooner than later, and if we have the capacity or if we have the interest in doing that, and I'm just curious. I think we're all hearing from special ed parents, especially our most severe kids and most highest need. So anyway, I'd love your thoughts, Dr. Battle, on that.
Absolutely. I share your sentiments there as well. And just to speak to our prioritization, of course, our exceptional education population will continue to receive prioritization just like we did in the fall when we phased them back in first in September. A few other notes, we also have to acknowledge and recognize that with the current levels that we're experiencing around COVID right now, we're also talking about some of the most vulnerable, medically vulnerable students as well. We heard from many, many parents who also acknowledge that while we would love to be there because of the status of my students and their needs, they opted for remaining virtual. That's not every student's scenario, but I think we do have to acknowledge that we're also talking about the most vulnerable when it comes to their educational needs, but also their medical needs. We have continued our CLIPS process for our students in this space just because of the prioritization. I mean, we need to be prepared to transfer and adjust services that we can meet in the virtual space for our students so that we can meet their varied challenges, but they continue to be prioritized. And I'm just as hopeful as everyone else. As soon as we get there, I'll be eager to go ahead and share the specific dates of the plan, and they will, along with our elementary students, will be the first ones to phase back in. And I also want to note that when we phase back in our exceptional education students, we did not just focus focus on elementary students. We had exceptional education students prioritized back in our buildings in the in-person setting from as early as pre-K all the way through 12th grade. So I just want to acknowledge that, and that's our plan again moving forward. And I'm very optimistic based upon what we've been seeing that hopefully we'll get there soon.
All right, thank you, Dr. Battle. Do we have other questions or thoughts from colleagues?
Madam Chair, this is Rachel Ann.
All right, go right ahead, Mrs. Elrod.
Thank you. So my question is maybe kind of a piggyback onto Mrs. Pupo Walker. So I, of course, am knowledgeable on the COVID-19 tracker. I would fair to say that I'm probably more knowledgeable on it than most, as I was maybe a main aggravator in trying to get it created. But I understand that when the metrics were created and the guidance was given to us from the Metro Health Department, Vanderbilt, and the COVID Task Force, and of course, Meharry, that the 7.0 was based obviously from our experience in October. So now that we have more mitigation options and better practices put in place, or maybe not better, but more, to include, you know, our now partnership with Meharry, our ability to have a sub in every school. That partnership, of course, with Meharry allows us to have this person that's going to be more of a compliance person in every school as well for our PPE. And then the health department is stating that they have a little bit more availability to help us with contact tracing, which is vital to our students safely being inside of our schools. Is it possible that we revisit the equation of that metric based upon this new information and our ability to combat the virus as it comes inside of our schools? I know that we have all received lots of information, and I also trust my colleagues to stay on top of that information on their own, and that guidance that schools may not be considered super spreaders and have lots of cases of COVID-19 that come outside of our schools. And of course, I'm grateful for that. However, we do have to guard ourselves against COVID-19 that is coming into our schools. And I believe that community spread should still be our metrics and the main decider on that COVID-19 tracker. But I would like a way for us to somehow quantify our mitigation practices and how that can maybe improve our ability to combat that community spread. So is there any ability to do that, and has that been discussed?
Ms. Elrod, okay, so I was trying to keep track to make sure I could get the right folks to respond to your questions. Sean, I'm going to ask you first to come on and talk a little bit about, you know, where we are with our tracker and all the considerations that are in play. Hank, if you want to speak briefly to the considerations that were already in play, given the high level of spread in our mitigation strategies via our partnership with Meharry.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Battle. To start off with the metric and where we're at and why it's at an 8.0 now, which is down considerably from when it was at 10 last month. What we've seen is improvement in the transmission rate, because, you know, when you see a reduction in the number of cases month over month or week over week, you're going to see a reduction in that transmission rate. We're still at a really high level for the average cases a new day, 66.6, although we have seen some recent daily case counts that might indicate that that number is going to go down, and the positivity rate's at 13%, which is still in the very high category. We want to see those numbers go down a little bit more in terms of you know, what we weighted in the mitigation factors. That largely comes into when it comes to returning students back into the in-person learning environment. As you'll note on the tracker, that 7 to 6 range is more conditional. And some of those conditions are going to be the mitigation factors that are going to be provided through our work with Meharry, whether it's testing or compliance monitoring or other factors that we can look to create a safer environment. But as of right now, while we are all very happy to see the numbers go down, if you look at 3-4 months ago, these numbers were extraordinarily high compared to then. So we still want to see some of the community spread reduce in order to reduce the risk of further quarantines, further isolations, transmission possible risk, and stuff like that. So I think that's where you see is in the 7 to 3 range and in the 7 to 6 conditional range, how we can bring students back safer when it's still in that mediumly high range, but still a little bit safer because of those risk mitigation factors.
Yeah, Sharon articulated most of what I plan to say, but I'll just underscore a few points. Because of the Meharry partnership, we are not waiting until we get to 6. We're already bumped that up to a higher level of 7. Additionally, the point of the Meharry partnership is not only to create conditions that are safer so that we can return to school as soon as the community spread is at acceptable level, but also stay in that environment. I believe Ms. Tyler talked about bouncing back and forth. That is certainly something we want to avoid. And so by having Meharry come in with this partnership, we hope when the community spread becomes a safe enough level that we're able to return to in-person education, that we're able to stay in that environment with very good controlled mitigation strategies.
Sorry, may I respond? Chair Buggs.
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think we would all agree on the board. I mean, I'll speak for myself, that of course I want our students to be in person, to be a sustained in-person experience. It serves us no value, but not just us, more importantly, our students and families. If it is not a sustained experience for them, it in fact would just make it much more difficult for them if they were going, as we were said, bouncing in and out or back and forth inside of our classrooms. I appreciate the explanation of the reason that we're at a 7 and not a 6 is because of those mitigation practices. I think we frankly need to probably explain that and have more communication around that, as I know that it's a common conversation of if we are prepared against it and we have those mitigation practices and plan, that we should be able to be okay with going back to school. Again, I completely understand that community spread is not only what we focus our metrics on, not just because of it coming out of our schools, but coming into our schools, and I agree with that process. But as we continue our mitigation practices and as we increase our ability to better protect our students and staff through our usage of our SR2 and CARE Act funds, I'd like us to just to keep that at top of mind of if we need to consider that metric and what we're aiming for, and if it needs to be modified.
And one quick note, Ms. Elrod, and it ties back to the conversation I was having earlier as a part of that federal reimbursement process. There is, so just for clarity, we received our allocation. We will have our portion that will go to our charter schools. We have to apply to be given approval to leverage our local funds to begin getting some of those strategies in place. And so I just share that because I think there might be a misconception that we've received a lump sum of money that has not been leveraged. There is a process by which every district must apply for, then receive approval from the Tennessee Department of Education before we can leverage our own funds to start to get those mitigation strategies in play. And that application was just released this past week. end of last week. So we were just now setting our eyes on it as of last week. We already have a plan. And so we're plugging in and we're getting all the information tidied up so that we can get it submitted. But there is a cycle, a process here. So I just want to be clear that we are not sitting on anything. There's not just a lump sum of money waiting for us to leverage it. But as soon as we're able to get the application and get approval, we'll begin to move forward in leveraging all of those funds.
May I ask a follow-up to that?
Yes.
So I understood last week I knew that the application was still not available, so I'm glad that it is now finally available as of this week. Once we complete those applications with all the plans that we have made for spending those ESSER II funds, including the things that we voted on in our past consent agendas, what is the timeline for actually implementing that? Have they given us an estimated timeline for approval and when that will be able to be implemented?
Go ahead, Hank.
Thank you, Ms. Elrod, for that question. So 2 parts to your question. One, we're not waiting on anything. We know what has to be done, and we've got our priorities set. And so they have said that it will cover expenses. Expenses are eligible if they are approved going back to March of 2020. Second of all, we submit the application, hopefully receive approval quickly. They have said that, and Dr. Randolph, correct me if I am remembering the date wrong, but I believe March 1st is a date for when they would certainly get our information back to us. So. But again, I just want to reemphasize, we know that this is important. This is a major priority for us, and so we are working towards it, and we hope to be able to apply those ESSER II funds to this much needed important resource for our students.
All right, thank you all for that discussion. Did you have other questions, Mrs. Elrod?
No, I did not.
All right, I'm not seeing any other school board members with their camera on. Am I missing anyone? Does anyone have a question or want to make a comment? All right, go right ahead, Mrs. Bush.
This is for Dr. Battle. We've had a lot of questions, emails that we've been sent by parents and even by doctors that are concerned about the COVID risk score that we focus on. And I think they're getting a little bit confused or have concerns about this COVID risk score that we're using to phase our students back in class. And if you can kind of expound and explain to the parents who are listening, who are watching tonight, how we're focused on this particular score and who's advising you and your team as far as getting back into the classroom or advising us should we open or not open. So I think it's been several emails that parents are having these concerns, and it has not been a clear answer. So would you provide that information to our parents and those who are viewing in tonight?
Thank you, Ms.
And then I'll come back with some more questions too. I'll be back. Okay.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Bush. First and foremost, I want to be clear something that we've been very clear about from the beginning with regards to our metrics. From the very beginning of this process, which was new to us all, we have aligned our reopening plans and our COVID tracker in alignment to the city's metrics. So just to be clear, we use and leverage the same metrics that are provided from the Metro Health Department on a daily basis. So that is the basis and foundation of our tracker itself. We do not create our own numbers or metrics. We pull that information directly from the Metro Health Department and from their site. They also have a site at safenashville.org. So I'll share that. Sean, I saw you come on. Do you want to add anything to that? Maybe even explaining, we went from the city has a system of red, yellow, green, and our goal was to take those metrics and to get them in one place to show the collective kind of impact of those metrics, given the transmission rate, positivity rate, and number of cases per 100,000 residents. So Sean, do you want to add anything else to that before I address the other portion?
You pretty well summed it up, and I think going back to when you announced the tracker last year, explaining that there are three factors that go into the risk score tracker. We've got the positivity rate, the 7-day average positive rate, the 7-day average of new cases per 100,000 or per capita, essentially, and then the transmission rate. And so we set the two metrics of the transmission rate and the cases per 100,000 based on the cities, what they provided to us in terms of when they go from green to yellow to red. The one area that we acknowledged that we changed a little bit was the positivity rate, because the city still had a much higher threshold positivity rate based on, I think, the way they used to calculate it. And they changed that calculation. If you remember way back when this started, it shifted down a few points. And so we set that based on healthcare guidance at 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15. And those are the thresholds that we hit. There's a point at which it goes to a maximum, 65 cases per 100,000, 1.31 transmission rate, and the 15 for the positivity rate. That's where the score maxes out on those three. The score is then weighted based on, again, when we talk to the health advisors, they recommended that we do higher on the cases per 100,000 in terms of the weighting, because that is probably the most accurate reflection of where community spread is at any given time, because it is a per capita case number, and it indicates where it's moving. The transmission rate indicates where you see drops or you see spikes. And then the positivity rate is the amount of people getting tested and the rate at which it comes back positive. So once we see those cases per 100,000 drop more, that has the biggest impact on the score. We're seeing case counts under 400, under 300. That's a good sign to see it further reduced down, because that'll impact. So once the older, higher numbers start to drop off and the newer, lower numbers take more precedence, then that score will go down, and hopefully the positivity rate will decline with it, as fewer people that get tested have COVID, and reflect that. And then the transmission rate will hopefully continue to remain low as fewer cases occur as they did the week before. So that's sort of where it came into being. It was, and we tried to explain that when we first started it, but we're happy to always clear up any confusions or misunderstandings about where the data comes from and how it's calculated.
Yeah, and in alignment with that, I mean, this has been consistent as well. We rely on data and updates continued from our COVID task force, from Metro Health Department. We've talked explicitly about our partnership with Meharry Medical College as well. And you heard Hank mention as well with regards to our work with the vaccination plan with Vanderbilt. So lots of health experts and others who are able to provide data and information and clarity around where we are as a city, given our current metrics and our past metrics as well.
It's been said that schools, despite the community spread, it has been said schools are not super spreaders. The CDC and the AAP has given high recommendations that schools can be open safely with proper protocols. Why hasn't we made that type of approach and making that an option for our families that won't in person? We know that the last survey was about half and half, I think, in person and virtual. So families want to know that answer. They want to know, why is it that we are not taking those type of approaches to get the students back in school?
So first and foremost, we have given preference for our families of in-person and virtual. In-person when it's safe for us to be in person, which is what we were able to prioritize and make happen back in the fall. I've also communicated our desire and prioritization to do that here in the spring as well once we get our numbers and metrics under control. Listen, I don't think anybody agrees with the fact that we want to prioritize getting students back in the in-person environment. But it's imperative on us as a city, as a state, to do what's necessary to mitigate the spread of the virus. Community spread matters. And with all of the talk and the recommendations around the safety for us to get back to the in-person environment, it's important for us to note that that is based on our ability to get strong mitigation practices in place. It's based on our ability to have smaller class sizes. It's based on our ability to address some of the ventilation concerns that have been there. And so those are things that we have identified early on, and that is very difficult for a large urban school district to achieve. We cannot guarantee that our students will be 6 feet or 3 feet apart at every given time, particularly on school buses or in the classroom. So while I recognize and my team recognizes the prioritization of getting students back in the in-person environment, it's important for us to not lose sight of all the other factors that have to be in play in order for us to be able to do that safely.
Okay. No, and I think what you said was definitely some points that I can say that other aligning districts or neighboring districts, they've done just that. Even though some of their transmission rates have been high up and down, they have been able to put protocols in place and be able to still have in-person learning for their students, or even a hybrid effect. And the reason why I mention this is because parents are very concerned about Metro Nashville Public Schools not being able to factor in the same things that other schools, if it's neighboring counties, if it's even our private schools, they don't have. They've been in old buildings and they don't have the ventilation that we talk about, not always. And so I think it's just we just kind of stand out that we haven't really tried and put protocols in place as the CDC, the AAP, other professionals that have said that we can get back into the classroom safely. So that's what they want us to hear. That's the reason why I'm asking these questions.
Absolutely. And I would say it would be false to kind of summarize that as that we've not made the effort. We have definitely prioritized and were able to accomplish getting our students back into the school building for our exceptional education students and our elementary students back in the fall. What cannot be compared is a district of, 100 and total, 60 plus schools across our district to one school. We also can compare in size because even in those surrounding county scenarios, they do not compare in size to Metro Nashville Public Schools. But I think you had another question.
No, I just wanted to piggyback off the size. Now, yeah, we are a large urban school district. We have lost several students, so we're about a little bit over 79,000. We went from 84 to 86,000 students.
No, I believe we're over 81,000 students to date.
Okay, I thought we were at 70. I thought we got a number of 79,000. So we, yes, we are an urban school district. It goes back to parents are saying we got a half virtual, a half in person. That took the option, and because we have basically cut things in half, why is it that we cannot transition back into the school safely with protocols in place, just like we tried it in the fall? Their ask is, classroom sizes are smaller because you don't have everybody there at one time. And so that's kind of been another concern surrounding students are not being able to go back to school in person. Could you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It doesn't break down to that simple kind of math just when you're talking about half and half. It depends on what school, what grade levels of students that are in those schools. I know it seems simple. It's not that simple, particularly when you have several schools that had a larger portion of students who were returning to the in-person learning versus others. So all of that still matters to our ability to be able to operate fully in this COVID space. And as I started this whole conversation, as we're digging into our students, our prioritization remains the same. The community spread matters. We are layering in additional mitigation strategies to help our ability to sustain our students' ability to be in the in-person setting as soon as we get there. And so we'll continue to prioritize, again, our exceptional education students first, our pre-K 4 students, and then our transition grades 5 and 9, and then the rest of our middle and high school students. So I'm just as hopeful and optimistic as everyone else that we will get there sooner rather than later, given those mitigation strategies that we're currently planning around and implementing.
You had mentioned Vanderbilt, and what was the doctor that's working with us?
Hank, you want to speak to the team that's working on the vaccination plan, please?
Yes. So we have I believe his title is Deputy Chief of Staff for the Vanderbilt Medical Center, Dr. John Morris, who is leading Vanderbilt's efforts around their vaccine distribution. So that's who we work with on that. That was the doctor I was talking about earlier.
Okay. And then also along with Meharry in the health department.
Dr. Hildreth leads Meharry Medical College, and Dr. Gil Wright is the interim director of the Metro Department of Health.
Okay. All right. That was my questions for right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Bush and staff, for the conversation. Do we have other questions, thoughts, or discussion points? All right. I don't see any cameras on. We will move on in our agenda. Thank you again, Dr. Battle and your team. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Elrod.
Oh, sorry, the mute. I was going to say, I did have a quick question, but not about the COVID tracker. May I ask a question about the virtual help centers and the navigators?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, so my first question is that the virtual help centers, I think that those are a great idea, and I'm glad that we have not only continued them, but plan to continue them ongoing. I understand that they provide more than just virtual or computer assistance. My hope is that at some point we can maybe better staff them with nutritional needs or potentially like mental health or SEL needs. Is that a possibility or consideration?
Ms. Board Member Elrod, thank you so much for your question. For mental health needs, I know that our schools are wrapping around those supports to meet those individual needs. And when we have students or families that come to the help center and express that need, because that is part of our intake question, we definitely assign our collaborative referrals right there on the spot to make sure that they are followed up upon. In addition to that, we specifically connect with those schools to make sure that there's follow-up in those spaces and in those requests. So we do make sure that we're intentional about making sure that those supports are in place. I do know that, thank you for your inquiry, Ms. Elrod. You always have insight that is helpful for us moving forward.
Ms. Elrod, you mentioned nutritionally as well. So I wasn't sure what you meant by that. I mean, we've got meals available at every school and on the 100+ bus routes. So I just wanted to get some more clarity around the question.
I guess the question I asked about nutrition, I guess, is multifaceted. is if they come to the virtual help center, and it sounds like there's this intake process, and we find through this intake process that they maybe are not aware of the bus routes that we're running, or that these are available to them at their schools according to the schedules that we have. I think it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Then they can, that we, of course, not only inform them of that assistance, but that we help try to provide that to them.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then do we have community partners? I know that we have a lot of community partners that help us, of course, man these, and we've worked closely with Hands on Nashville. Do we have any community partners that help with maybe this nutrition space with providing assistance to those families in other ways through like community fridge projects or anything like that?
There's a couple of ways. One, I mean, through the collaborative referral, depending on the situation's needs, the family can be referred. And then also through the Community Achieves, they've done and continue to do a number of pickup things where the families can come and they get a week's worth of groceries with meat and dairy and eggs and all that versus the traditional school meals that we're providing through nutrition services. So there is a kind of a dual approach to that, both the student meal and the family side as well.
And Ms. Elrod, I wanted to add, I mean, this is just an area that school board members can be so proud of what you all, the school district, has provided to the community. I mean, these help centers, and first of all, anybody who wants to volunteer, please come out. Some of the most rewarding work that you do, getting to work with families directly who need something very tangible and being able to provide it. We also want to be specific and tailored in that support. So families, we don't want the lines to become such that somebody who's having to wait for food boxes or is having to wait for somebody to get their computer fixed. And so we have some one-stop shops and then also referring services out, and that's important. And then also just for the community who's watching this, what Mr. Stark emphasizes is true. We are using every method possible to make it easy on you all to pick up food. We condensed it down to a few days so that there's less stops that families have to make at schools. We've done bus transportation for it to be able to bring it to closer to your home. And so please contact your school if you need nutrition services. We are glad to provide it to you.
So thank you for the question, Ms. Elrod. And I think it's important for me to note that as we, look to implement our phase-in plan soon, this idea of having smaller groups of students in school will still be a challenge for us, because when you're talking about half of your kids being virtual and half of your students being in person, it doesn't mean that we're meeting half the needs. We've got to continue to provide for all students, regardless if they're in the virtual space or the in-person space, and particularly when it comes to class size, because I know it might be easy to miss or believe that because half the students chose in person that our classes will be half full. That's not the case, because we have to split our staff to be able to support the students both in the virtual space and in person. And so while those numbers seem to just be able to be sliced down the middle, that's not how it works, because half of our entire district staff is going to continue to be dedicated in the virtual space, while the remainder of our kids will be phasing into the in-person environment. So those challenges remain the same. I think it even hits back on Ms. Tyler. You asked a question earlier about feasibility. That's what makes it difficult when you are still serving the needs of your students and families in two different structures. But we're committed to making sure that we expand our reach, we continue our reach, even as we hopefully in the near future transition out of the all virtual space to meet those needs, nutrition services, SEL, mental health supports, as you mentioned, Ms. Elrod, as well. So just wanted to make that important note that we don't have additional staff here. Our team is dividing and conquering and supporting students in every way and through every modality as we continue to navigate this pandemic.
Okay, so even, I guess to piggyback on that, when we get to that place where we are able to do in person consistently, and of course we still have our virtual students as those families have chosen to do so, I think the plan is, and I want to make sure that the plan is that we're going to continue to do the virtual help centers and the navigators for not only our virtual students, but that those services will also be available to our in-person students. I have said before, and I still believe that we are going through just a collective as a community, and everything we're going through a collective trauma in essence, and it's a lot of stress on families in all different kinds of ways. And I think a lot of people are at their max capacity for their mental load. Understandably, I completely get that. And so I know that we have a lot of needs, spoken and unspoken among our families, and those are not going to go away even when we get our students back in person. Mm-hmm. And so the ongoing need for navigators and recognizing how we can best assist our families and students, I think is going to need to continue not only this school year, but next school year and potentially ongoing for some time as we recoup and try to better ourselves after all of this. Yeah. And I guess on that note, we do occasionally hear as board members from families that are at their max. And we commonly have to refer them back to their navigator. Is there a way to expedite that process where we as board members could just send that in as a referral to those navigators in some way?
I believe, Kara, if you want to come on and address this too, the best way to approach that is to get that information to us as quickly as possible. That's what we're here for. We can support those connections. The first line of defense, of course, is to reach directly out to the teacher or to the school. The school team stands ready. They know who their navigators are. They're following up, progress monitoring, what those touch points look like. So first line of defense is the school, but as a board member, if you need to share that or pass it on to my team to get to the school, we're happy to do so. Okay. But also to your other point, that's why we've talked about these signature initiatives today. Those initiatives didn't say while we're in the virtual space. We will continue those efforts to the best of our ability. But, just being clear, we're meeting the need, regardless of our students being virtual or in person. So we will make that shift. We don't make that shift with more staff. We make that shift having to support students in both spaces. Classrooms in the virtual space and the in-person space are still going to be at max, right? We still are serving the same number of students regardless of the modality. So thank you so much, Ms. Elrod.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Elrod. Mr. Little, I know you're on the phone, but go right ahead.
And Chair Buggs, as he's coming on, may I correct a mistake I made earlier? I had the incorrect dates. Is actually our application is due March 1st, and the Tennessee Department of Education has said that they will review them by April 1st. Okay. Of course, we hope, and they have in the past done a rolling approval. Obviously, if it's not until April 1st that they approve, there's only 2 months left of the school year in that environment. So we plan to get our application in as soon as possible and hope that they'll do a rolling approval of it. Thank you, Chair Buggs.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Little. Mr. Little, are you on? Hey, you just said that something's wrong with the sound. We can't hear you. Do we have any other questions? All right, Mr. Little, feel free to follow up with Dr. Battle and her team if you have any other questions. We're going to move on to Part B, the reopening of Metro Nashville Public Schools, learning loss amongst our IEP, special education, and traditional students as requested by a colleague. Feel free to jump in, Ms. Bush.
One second, let me get this. Okay, sorry about that. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Did my screen?
Yes.
Did my screen come on? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. And real quick, guys, I know it's getting so late. We're running on.
Mrs. Bush, I think you're frozen, or at least you're on my screen frozen. Mrs. Bush, does anyone see her? Mrs. Bush?
She was frozen and then she left.
All right, Mrs. Bush, if you're able to join back in, please just let us know. But if not, just feel free to send any requests for information to Dr. Battle and her staff. Since that was a request by a board member, I believe that suggests that we move on to committee reports. It wasn't listed on the agenda, but we had committee meetings before this meeting. So we'll have a brief debrief from Mrs. Masters, Chair of the Advocacy Committee, and then from Mrs. Pupo Walker with the Governance Committee. Go right ahead, Mrs. Masters.
Thank you. So at 2:30, about a year ago, no, at 2:30 earlier today, we had an advocacy committee meeting where we went over the legislative special session on education and sort of what came of that. The highlights are that they did pass a literacy bill that goes beyond simply requiring us to meet certain metrics when it comes to literacy, but actually tells us how to teach. So it is a phonics-based literacy instruction bill that's, I think, much more specific than we're used to typically seeing from the state level. It also, they also passed some legislation that will require third graders in the 22-23 school year to meet certain benchmarks or to potentially face being held back for that school year. There will be some tutoring and summer programs available to help them regain that learning loss, but it does look like if this goes through as planned, we can look forward to having a lot more third graders being required by the state to repeat that school year. There was also a bill passed about holding us harmless when it comes to our TN ready testing. However, that doesn't mean we're not going to do the testing. We are still going to do it, and we're expected to have an 80% participation rate in that. And then the final one is a 2% increase in the salary portion of the BEP funding formula. And as a reminder, that does not mean a 2% salary increase. That means a 2% increase to that portion of the funding formula, so that it actually translates when it sort of all comes out in the wash with our state and federal and local funds. It is significantly less than a 1% raise for our teachers. So that's sort of the really, I'm talking really fast because I know it's getting late, but that's the quick and dirty overview of what did pass. What didn't make it all the way to the House floor for discussion and to be passed was the bill that was going to potentially penalize only Shelby and Davidson County schools by requiring a certain number of in-person school days in order to receive any funding for the next school year, although that's something that we want to keep an eye on for next month because it could potentially come back up. So all of this to say we really need to be communicating with our legislators, making sure, I mean, their hearts are in the right places. We need to make sure they understand what it is we need here in our really large urban district. I had a lot of back and forth with legislators on both sides of the aisle this past Friday, and I felt very optimistic about their care for the students here in Nashville, but we do face very unique challenges as the second largest district in the state. So I encourage you to familiarize yourself with that legislation and be prepared to talk with legislators about it.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Masters, and we'll continue our conversations around the legislative session and advocacy at the board retreat. We won't call a special session, we'll just pull it into the board retreat happening next Friday. All right, thank you. Mrs. Pupo Walker with governance, please.
Okie doke, I'll be really quick. So we had 3 things on our agenda. The first thing was we did a review and some amendments to policy number 1.106, which is our code of ethics, and we discussed some changes to how and the nature of committees that are formed to address an ethics violation. And we had a discussion about possible actions that can be taken by the board when there are ethics violations. Our second topic was a discussion of bringing on a student school board member, a current high school student, starting this fall of 2021. Very excited about that. And the third one was we spent about half an hour on the first chapter of our book for our book study. So thanks to all my colleagues who joined us for that great conversation. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Pupo Walker. We will now move on to announcements. Begin with Vice Chair Rachel Ann Elrod.
Can you hear me?
I can hear someone, yes?
This is Fran, I'm back. I don't know what happened to the camera.
Oh, okay. We're at announcements. Elrod, go, and then I'll let you go after her.
May I have a point of clarification?
Sure.
Is Fran presenting her agenda item?
No, we're at announcements.
Okay.
Mrs. Roberge or Dr. Severe, any guidance? All right. No, so I guess we're at announcements.
You're welcome to. I mean, it's you know, a technical issue that Ms. Bush had. If you want to loop back to that, I think you're certainly within your purview to allow for that.
Okay. All right. So I'll allow Mrs. Bush to close the loop on her portion of the agenda, and then I'll move on to you, Mrs. Elrod, for your announcements. Go right ahead, Mrs. Bush.
Okay. Can you see me? Because I don't know if the camera's on.
We can see and hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to real quick, I know that it's getting very late. One of the things on the agenda that I had asked for for discussion was the learning loss. And what I'll do is I'll kind of table that one and ask the administration, Dr. Battle and her team, to put together a, I guess some type of itemization to help, giving us some information to give us information on how the learning loss can be mitigated, and give us information on the, I would say, what's in the plan to mitigate the learning loss, especially in literacy and math. So that was one of the points I wanted to talk about tonight, but I know it's getting really late. So if you can wrap that around and maybe send the board some information on some plans surrounding the learning loss, as what I've put on the agenda for discussion. Is that something we can do?
Yes, and I mean, I guess I'll highlight our conversation tonight. What we were able to do aligned to our focus outcomes tonight was to share where we are with our current MAP data, of course, from the fall. We're in the midst of an administration right now, but we have leveraged the information from the fall to create our plan to address our students' learning progress. And so what you saw in those signature initiatives through our work with our literacy implementation guidance framework that will be rolled out in the next few weeks, the work with our tutoring, high dosage tutoring, as well as our Khan Academy support in the numeracy space. All of those signature initiatives are efforts to address the learning progress of our students. And so I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that, and the fact that the most recent data we have at our disposal is our MAP assessment data, which we went over a few months ago, but also we're leveraging today to unpack where our subgroups are and what progress we've seen with our other grade levels.
How are we able to gauge on the literacy part, on the MAP testing?
Can you tell me a little bit more? I want to make sure I'm able to specifically answer your question.
Sure. So with literacy, when we're talking about reading, so most of our students are not reading right now on grade level. So how are we mitigating that portion of our students' learning loss? Because during the MAP testing, you cannot gauge literacy.
So, Dr. Bellamy, I'm going to ask you to come back on because you walked through the literacy slides and specifically around our comparison scores for students in literacy. You did the same thing for numeracy. I'll let you recap that first, and then I'll unpack a little bit of what Ms. Bush might be asking.
Sure.
So could you come back on for just a second? And Paul, feel free to chime in.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question, Ms. Bush. To reiterate, we went over the fall scores that that we shared in October that's in the slide deck tonight. We're in the middle, not in the middle, we're towards the tail end of this administration for this year's winter screening. We're going to use the baseline from pre-pandemic, which was February of 2020. We'll go through the fall administration that you've already seen. We'll finish this administration, and there'll be one final fourth administration. And then we'll have from pre-pandemic all the way through post-pandemic. That last administration will be given prior to next school year starting. And so MAP is how we're judging our literacy-focused outcomes this year, minus any other state test. You know, typically we would use TN Ready as another gauge of that. We certainly use classroom assessments, academic success rate. Those are all data points that will go into Dr. Changus's personalized student dashboard he referred to that will ultimately give us a measure of many different points of a child's literacy. But we will be using MAP to judge our literacy-focused outcomes this year. And we'll go over from that, again, that testing window from pre-pandemic all the way through where we're at currently. Measuring the impact that our instruction has had in the virtual and in-person space throughout the end of last year, all throughout this year, and prior to next school year starting. Dr. Changus, I'm not sure if you have anything to add about the MAP assessment, or Dr. Battle, if that covered what you wanted me to cover there.
Yeah, I don't know that I have anything to add about MAP assessment, but I will say that, you know, we have a multi-tiered system support process that will identify students that are, you know, struggling on these standardized tests. Our MAP is our universal screener, and we have intervention programs that also do assess those reading skills and literacy skills. So it's not just one assessment that's being utilized for our lowest achieving students.
Okay, because what I'm seeing through this virtual space for those students, I think it's reading for them up until what? Up until first grade? Is that what MAP is doing? Up to first grade is reading for the students, not the second and third graders. Is that correct?
To be clear, Ms. Bush, MAP is an adaptive assessment, and it will read up into the point that the student reaches a place in the test that is no longer necessary to judge the student's ability. And Dr. Changus can probably talk more at length about how MAP does that and how it determines at what point it stops assisting the child that way. But it's adaptive, and I don't believe it's just cut off strictly at a grade band. It's based on the student's performance on the test so that we can determine exactly how that student's performing.
So the MAP test that I see right now, I have students that are taking MAP tests right now that are with me. And so far, those students that, you know, they get an option that is being read to them. So they're not, that's what I'm saying, the literacy part and the literacy loss is where we need to make sure we understand that we're missing from those case students, first grade students, because it's not reading. There's no reading on MAP that they are reading. They can't read. So that's the reason why I was trying to talk about the learning loss as far as literacy amongst those early learners.
Sure, and I'll let Dr. Changus pop on if he has more to add here, but I do think it's important to know that literacy is acquired through a progression of skills, and it could be perfectly appropriate for the MAP test to be read to a kindergarten or first grader. In fact, generally speaking, it would be appropriate for that to happen, as literacy can be determined as literate for that grade level and not literate at an adult level like you, myself, or even a sixth grader. So it's perfectly appropriate for the test to be reading to children at certain phases of the test to diagnose what skills they have and what they don't. Dr. Changus, you probably have a more articulate, data-based way of describing that.
No, I think, you know, with regard to the adaptive part, I think you've hit on it, but I might suggest that we look at a teaching and learning session and focus a little more on the assessment and go into a little more depth about what MAP does and how that fits into the overall MTSS process.
Well, that, and I would caution us too about lumping everything in data point wise and the conversation around learning loss. We're looking at it as learning progress of our students because, quite honestly, we don't have the data to support such losses holistically across the district, and we're in the process of accumulating and collecting teacher level data, taking the data from our MTSS process, our MAP data, to get even a greater grasp on where our students are. So I would also put caution there in putting everything in that one bucket and associating it only to student learning loss, or as I would prefer to say, the students' learning progress since this time last year.
Okay. And the reason why I'm making comments about the concerns about the literacy and the learning loss, because what I've noticed from the students that I have here virtually, the teachers are doing a great job as far as trying to do everything they can as far as trying to help the students identify sight words or, you know, some pre-reading, but I've noticed that it's not helping and it's not working as much. And what I've noticed from the students is that they literally cannot write. They're trying their best through the virtual space. But they're really losing that penmanship, and they're not really able to grasp what they're seeing, what they're reading, what they're seeing, and be able to put it on paper. So they're really struggling in that area. So that's the reason why I asked about the literacy, because I do know from what I'm experiencing that students are really losing that literacy.
Can I ask you for one bit of clarification?
Sure.
Are you suggesting that you're seeing that as they're taking the MAP assessment, or when they're in their daily instruction with their teachers and classmates?
Both.
Okay. So that I think that's why Dr. Bellamy pointed out that the MAP assessment is adaptive, which means it adjusts based upon the students' responses to assess where they are on grade level or off grade level or not. So that should be adapting to kind of the learning progression of the student. So I just wanted to clarify if we were talking about the actual assessment or instruction, or as you mentioned, both.
Yeah, and just to wrap it up, yeah, they're struggling in both. So they look to us to help them even with the MAP test because they can't read or they can't understand. So comprehension is another piece that we can touch on later. But yeah, I just wanted to ask that question. But I can go back to the slide deck. I can go back to the reopening of schools because I know it's getting really, really late, and I definitely want to get some feedback from my colleagues. So thank you.
All right, we are ready for announcements.
Christian, we still didn't go over the reopening of schools. I kind of piggyback off of that just a little bit.
Okay. Go right ahead.
All right, so I wanted to take this opportunity. I know it's gotten really late, and we'll see how many of our listening audience is still with us. We have a lot of parents who want to hear from my colleagues. Everyone knows where I stand as far as schools reopening, and they want to hear from the other board members where you stand. And I thought this would be an opportunity for you to express your cares, concerns about reopening our schools, and how soon we need to, and be able to listen to what we've endured this time during the virtual space. So I'll just start really quick, give me 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll just turn it over to everybody just to, chime in, and then we can pretty much wrap things up. Because again, I didn't think the presentations tonight was going to be so long, and I know it's gotten so late. So I appreciate y'all for hanging in there. As I've stated, I am all about reopening schools, of course, safely. I do have some concerns about the metrics. This morning, it warmed my heart to see the amount of doctors that basically came together, physicians across this city and across neighboring counties to support MNPS students reopening in person. And so I want to make sure that I recognize those physicians and tell them thank you for supporting our students. And they did send an email to us this morning. I would like to read that to the listening audience. And it reads, the title, the subject line says, local physicians sign petition to inform MNPS that they recommend an in-person option. And it reads, to Dr. Adrian Battle and the MNPS School Board. Good morning. We are sending you the signatures of 45 physicians and counting. You are strongly in support of beginning the phase-in approach to MNPS now, and not based on a metric that lacks data to support it. They believe that in-person and safe are not mutually exclusive. We call for creativity, cooperation, immediate vaccinations of teachers, and rising to the challenge to best educate our children. If you look through the names of this list, you will find frontline physicians, pediatricians, pediatric subspecialists, and physician leaders, all who feel strongly that it is time for MNPS to provide an option for in-person schooling. And these doctors that signed off on them, they come from various backgrounds. The doctors that submitted this information this morning were actually Vanderbilt doctors. And I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge those doctors because we don't see physicians signing petitions. So I just want to make sure that they know we appreciate them for their cares. I also want to kind of move really quickly to some points that I wanted to make. So you all have basically heard me read about these pediatricians that have signed off on this petition supporting our children to be allowed in person. We have neighboring counties and private schools who are or offered in-person learning since August, even without a vaccine. Students are experiencing major and serious amount of suicidal thoughts. And I'm going to say that again. Students are experiencing major and serious amount of suicidal thoughts. Mentally, emotionally, physically, socially, and the amount of learning loss have affected our kids beyond repair that will have a lasting effect for years to come. Yes, teachers should be made to feel safe. The question is, do we need more PPE? And yes, we know that a vaccine is coming. I had an opportunity to talk to Governor Lee today. It was a great opportunity to share our thoughts, and he definitely shared his cares surrounding our students, especially those students. And I took a few notes that he shared with me. He's very concerned about the low income, the less supported, the less support, the less resources, the less nutrition. And yes, I said nutrition because there are students that are still not receiving the breakfast and lunches that we do provide. And more importantly, he was concerned about mental health. Suicide hotline, the suicide hotline has gone up drastically. He also shared with me about the vaccines. They are in contact with weekly with the federal government to give them updates on these vaccinations that should be coming to us very quickly, hopefully sooner than later. So yes, he has heard us. He understands the importance to making sure that our teachers are getting the priority they need in order to move into the classroom as soon as possible. I wanted to make sure that everyone knew that. And I'm gonna wrap up. We have large school districts that are doing this. They are transitioning their students back in person. Some of our largest districts in this country, New York City, Chicago, and even Florida, who we, have adopted this Florida virtual learning platform. So I just want to make it clear that we can do this. We can transition our students back in person safely with the right protocols in place. There are fewer experts that are saying that these students cannot go back into the classroom. And I wanted to sum up this. We have almost 25,000, if what I saw, students that are truant, meaning that we have students that have basically become virtual dropouts. We have got to understand the crisis that we're in right now, and that's something that we have to start talking about. We have students that have given up. They have given up. We have seniors that have not logged on in months. So we are in a crisis mode, but I wanted to make sure that I brought those points up and make sure that our viewing audience was able to hear what we are faced with. So at this moment, Chair Buggs, you can open up to other board members, get their comments, and give them opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bush. Do you have any questions, comments, or discussion? All right, if I don't see your picture or see your face pop up, please just start talking and let me know.
I have a quick question. This is
go right ahead, Rod.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Fran, you mentioned that you had a deck I think that was really kind of before the second part of your presentation. I do not have that deck. Are you sharing that with us? I want to make sure that I give you the respect of whatever you've created.
No. I didn't submit. Just something that I had written. It's just something I've written out. Just information that I have. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Elrod. Any other questions or discussion? All right. Thank you, Mrs. Bush. Then we'll move on to announcements. We'll go in numerical order. So we'll start with Dr. Gentry in District 1.
Thank you all, and thanks for everybody who's still hanging in here with us. Just a few announcements. Alumni Association meeting last week at some point in time. I don't remember the date. It's been a minute, at least it feels like it has. And I just want to first publicly again congratulate them on achieving and getting to 501c3 status, which really opens them up for a great ability to be able to support Whites Creek High School and other schools within the cluster. I just wanted to share that 24 of our students, and this goes back to the amazing presentation about the great things that are going on here in Metro Public Schools. That was the joint presentation between Dr. Jackson and Dr. Battle. We had 24 students at White Creek High School who have already earned 2 college credits, and the number of students participating in that program has already doubled for this semester. So we got 48 students that are in dual enrollment and working on their collegiate achievements already. We have 2 students at White Creek that have, there's a drum roll going somewhere, just imagine you hear it. There are 2 students who have earned a 31 on the ACT. So I want to give a big shout out to Wraith Gochoff and Shantae Johnson for that great achievement. So great things are still happening within our district. Amazing things are happening in District 1. The creek is rising, and I want to thank you for the time to share this great news, Chair Bugs.
All right, thank you for that. A great note. All right, thank you, Dr. Gentry. Mrs. Masters.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to share that I had been gathering from among parents some different just stories about teachers sort of going above and beyond in light of these very difficult times. I have more than 50 and counting stories coming in from parents, but since it is almost 9:30, I'm going to read you just one as an example, and then I'll keep working on compiling these. This is from a parent in District 3. I would like to say a big thank you to our MNPS teachers. I see you. I see you learning new tools for teaching on the turn of a dime. I see you working from a completely new curriculum and coming up with completely new lesson plans to accommodate these changes. I see your creativity to make learning in this very stationary learning style exciting. I see you connecting with students not only virtually, but driving to students' homes to check in and drop off supplies. I see you turning rooms in your homes into virtual classrooms. My daughter's elementary school counselor dropped off art supplies on my porch after the death of a grandparent. She meets with her weekly as my daughter processes her feelings. I see you. I am so proud of our teachers. I just wanted to say thank you. And as a parent of 2 MNPS students and a teaching artist who works with students from pre-K to high school, I stand with you. Safety for all. So I just wanted to say thank you to our teachers and all of our staff and everyone who's working really hard to get us back into schools safely and to keep the learning going.
Thank you, Mrs. Masters. Mr. Little. And it looks like he still had sound issues. He just asked if we would announce that he's excited for the great things happening in District 4, but he's headed to a PTA meeting at Stanford Montessori on February 4th. He also wants to highlight Chef Walker at McGavick High School and the great things they are doing for the community during COVID-19. So thank you for that, Mr. Little in District 4. All right, Ms. Bush. Mrs. Bush. All right, we'll move on to Mrs. Player Peters.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to say congratulations to Glencliff Elementary for earning America's Entrepreneurial School designation. So yay. They are improving as a STEM magnet and all the great things they're doing with their entrepreneurial program. And that just shows the great work that they're doing. So I am very proud of them. Excuse my English right there. Croft Middle School is having an open house on January 28th and February 4th at 6 p.m. You can go to their website or look on their social media to get the URL for the virtual open house. Croft is a great school. They're right next to the zoo. They have a partnership with the zoo. Before the pandemic, I had a great opportunity to tour it. And I was very jealous that they have access to animals that they get to see and watch and be able to learn their science programs with that. So if you have a child that's very interested in animals, please look at Croft Middle as a design center for the great work that they're doing in their school. And then also 8th graders, use time for you. You can apply for the Vanderbilt Collaborative School of Math and Science. So it's a great partnership with Vanderbilt University to really hone into your math and science skills and do great projects. I did a tour of that a while ago, and it was really neat for the students to be able to go on Vanderbilt's campus and have science projects and develop a project from scratch and work it through the whole scientific experiment and to present it. So it's a great program to look into. So I think you should. It's not a gifted program, so any child can be able to apply and have access to this great resource. And say this. I support teachers. We want you to be a part of it. I know it's been a tough year, and we hope that you can hold on and keep on doing the great work that you do. But we are watching and listening, and our hearts are with you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Player Peters. Mrs. Pupo Walker.
Thanks. I will want to give a big shout out to the finalists for Teacher of the Year. And Hillsborough teacher Janelle Gansky is one of the finalists. I'm very excited for her. Want to give a big shout out to the EL department for offering virtual ESL classes for parents at night. So encouraging folks to share the good word on ESL classes for parents at night. And I also want to just say that thank you to my colleagues who indulged me in reading the first chapter of our book on our book study. And my goal here is for us to be able to have concrete conversations about moving this district forward. I really believe that we can disagree without being disagreeable, that we can model the behavior we expect from every student in our classrooms. And I look forward to working together to making sure we are the best we can be. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Pupo Walker. Mrs. Tyler.
Yes, I also was going to give a shout out to our Teacher of the Year finalist. We have one from Bellevue Middle School, Miss Molly Schaefer, and we're really proud to have her, excited to have her working here in District 9 at Bellevue Middle School, and excited to note that she is continuing a 3-year streak of a Teacher of the Year finalist from Bellevue Middle School. So we're very proud of that. And then kind of to follow up on that, Bellevue Middle School is hosting a 5th grade open house this Thursday, January 28th at 6 p.m. So if you have a current 4th grader, you can come here from the 5th grade teachers, the related arts team, and the student ambassadors. There will be time built in to ask questions. And I will share the link to that open house on my social media. And then finally, I just wanted to, I know Ms. Bush was hoping that everybody would respond, and I just wanted to say that I want our children in school as soon as it is safe. The moment it is safe, I want us to get in school. I think we all know it's much harder to learn virtually than it is in person. I don't think any teachers are desperate to stay home. I think they know it's easier to be in school. And I think their hearts want to be in school as well. So I just want to say that's what I believe. I know looking at what the American Academy of Pediatrics says, they say that to be able to keep schools safe, it is vitally important that communities take all necessary measures to limit the spread broadly of SARS-CoV-2 throughout the community. Community-wide approaches to mitigation are needed for schools to open and remain open. So we are following the science. And I just want to say, I appreciate everybody's passion, and we understand that our students are really struggling. And I think the discussion earlier about our navigator programs and about all of our extra beefed up mental health services are something that we should be taking a lot of advantage of. I know in my house, we have definitely increased mental health services with my own children who are in virtual schools. It's important to me that we do this in a way that is safe for all of us. And as soon as it's safe, we need to get back in. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Tyler. All right, Mrs. Elrod.
Thank you. All right. So I was having some computer difficulties, and so I wasn't able to speak earlier when we were discussing some charter schools. And so I apologize, but I need to kind of go back and say a statement that I had planned on saying then. Overall, I'm frankly just disappointed that we agreed to spend $36.9 million a year for 10 years without having full oversight operationally and without strategic conversations or information about our district cluster plans. We rightfully, as a board, we state that we are historically underfunded, and that is true, and we should be saying that because there's all evidence points to that. And it is shown from even last week's special session that the state is just not interested in appropriately funding us. So the responsibility to not only advocate for more funding, but to protect our current funding to best serve the majority of our students is our responsibility. So I am just deeply uncomfortable about that we vote 5 schools to receive full funding at almost $40 million a year for 10 years at the expense of the majority of our students, especially as none of those schools clearly exceeded standards for their first 10 years. And it seems counterintuitive to our responsibility of being good fiscal stewards. But on that note of responsibility, I, as many of you know, have a low tolerance for unprofessional behavior on this board. And I have made that evident from the beginning of my time here with colleagues, past and present. And I understand that we may disagree on all sorts of topics and issues, and that should not be discouraged. Whether that's something as a hot topic or a new topic, like our classroom in-person or virtual experiences, to charter schools, to any other topics that we have as ongoing conversations. Disagreement should not be discouraged. Differing views are often helpful, or I would say very often helpful to governing bodies, because they make sure that we recognize multiple stakeholders and voices while challenging us to consider alternate perspectives. And ideally, it pushes us towards innovation and creative problem solving. And so I understand that it's been a difficult year for everyone. That includes not just employees, but parents and students within MNPS. However, we are required as a board to be able to reflect what we hold the most important for our students and our teachers. And so there is no excuse for any type of harassment or belittling or threatening language from board members to any of our teachers or staff. And I want to make sure that we are reminded of that and that we are aware of that. And I apologize to our teachers and staff that experienced the exchanges from this past Saturday night, and to our MNPS families that are potentially alarmed that we have heard from. Outside of that, my other quick announcements, which I have written down, sorry, I have notes in too many places, is Cole. So Cole Elementary just started a really great community fridge. There's 2 fridges. They're calling them the non-perishable food pantry, but a lot of us might know them as a community fridge, as that's already something that's created, and like there's one at Dark Matter on Dickerson Pike. But the non-perishable food pantry, the food fridges, are available to anybody within the Antioch or South Nashville area. Of course, if you can get there from across town, it's of course welcome to you. And I appreciate Cole and Community Achieves creating that, as it really fills the need that has been inside our community. And on that note, Cole has an important parent meeting Thursday at 5 p.m. That's for our 5th grade families. Cole is one of our schools just this year that switched to the K-5 model because they had the capacity, and it's been a really great experience for them. And I know we're all eager to have more conversations about that K-5. And so once again, 5th grade families at Cole, there's a meeting this Thursday about making plans for their transition into middle school. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Elrod. Thank you, colleagues, for all of that. I'll start with congratulating, kind of a late congratulations to Dr. Ricky Gibbs of Warner Elementary School, who was Principal of the Year last year, to finish out the beginning of our COVID year. And then this year, we have Mr. Matthew Portell of Fall Hamilton Enhanced Option School, who is made who is Principal of the Year. And these are both principals in District 5, so congratulations to you both. And with that in mind, Dr. Gibbs will be hosting with, or through the Educators Cooperative, an organization that supports teachers, the Path to the Principal's Office with Dr. Gibbs, Mr. Portell, and Justin Uppinghouse. So if you're a teacher who's interested in learning how you can move in towards administration, please follow Ed Cooperative and sign up. I could say a lot, but I'm just not. So it was a pleasure to see you all. We'll have a board retreat February 5th at Martin PD Center. For those that want to remain virtual, you are free to remain virtual. If you would like to join us in person, we will see you there. Thank you all, and be there no further business. This meeting is adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.